Test, test. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is Saturday, the 10th of August, 2024, and this is the much anticipated clash between Hailsham first team, Little Common first team, and this is the top of Division 4. Both sides have been building up to this important occasion for a good few weeks. The form tables on both teams are very simple. It's 5 wins out of 5 for Hailsham, the last 5 games, and 5 out of 5 for Little Common, but actually it's 14 out of 14 for Little Common. 13 out of 13 for Little Common. We start the action from the Tommy Walder end with Anthony Anderson. No. Let me put my teeth back in. Let's have a bit of drink. Andrew Anthony from the bottom end. And the news from the toss earlier on was that Little Common won the toss and elected to bat. Tom Crathon and Chris Meredith are out in the middle. Slightly overcast, muggy conditions at the moment. Good turnout so far. Early start of 12:30 in these division games. Lower down the divisions, we get going at 1 o'clock. But both sides here, very eager, warming up beforehand. This comes at the end of Hailsham's cricket week, a very successful cricket week in many ways. A watchful start from Crathon. And both lineups look incredibly strong. The Meredith pair in at 2 and 3. Malcolm Johnson in at 4. Varun Kular in at 5. And that is a top 5 that has been in the runs this year. Nicely on the front foot. Play to cover. No aggression shown yet from Crathon. 45 over match. Win-lose. And at the moment, Little Common are 21 points ahead of Hailsham. Hailsham's only loss was against Little Common in the reverse fixture, and it was a thumping victory for the host then. Slightly wider from Anthony. Yeah, when I did the pitch report this morning, you can definitely feel a southwesterly wind today. It should drop by the second innings. But if batsmen are looking to go aerial, you would want him to be. Bent his back a little bit there, Anthony. Got the ball to rise off a length, and Hailsham start with a maiden over. Crathon was made to play for about half of the balls there, but he looked in no trouble. Nicely in behind. And I imagine it would be James Bellett who has formed a brilliant opening bowling partnership with Anthony this season. Bellett with 20 wickets so far this year. Excellent economy because he's always bowling at the start and the end of the innings. Economy under 4. And he's been very consistent. Best figures of 4 for 11 against Felbridge back in June. He's having his own personal battle with Andrew Anthony, who has 21 wickets this season. And on strike is Chris Meredith, who has been in the runs. 536 runs in 11 innings, averaging 53. Meredith family have played for Little Common for many years. And Bellett into the action here, full. Stump to stump. Yes, as I was saying, the Meredith family, well established in the Little Common setup. I believe I played against their father, Ian Meredith. No? Yes, Ian Meredith. Back in the early 2000s, many moons ago. And again, Bellett slightly shorter and steered away, and Little Common are off the mark. 1 for no loss. Chris Meredith will appreciate that. Slightly short of a length from Bellett, angled down through point, a vacant point area for 1. So yeah, 5 50s this year for Chris Meredith and 100. The 100 came against Eastbourne 3 weeks ago. Bellett has his first opportunity here against Tom Crathon. Fully pitched on the front foot. Nicely driven and picked up by Dunning in the covers. And even though the outfield looks a picture out here, as we found out in Cricket Week, unfortunately, there are a number of cracks and fielders have to be incredibly watchful. If the ball is struck along the surface, it can rear up. You have to have the reflexes of a cat out there. Bellett from the pavilion end, again fully pitched. Driven to Moritz at extra cover, no run. So a watchful start, but the ball hasn't really beaten the outside edge just yet. Fifth ball of the over. Square drive, nice looking shot. And the outfield is quick, and that's the first boundary. Crathon off the mark with a 4. Again, the wickets here have played true all year. Good bounce. And we saw that in Cricket Week as well. You had to be quite a skillful bowler to get anywhere near taking wickets in Cricket Week. And at this point, I'd like to bring in my co-commentator, Will. Will, how you doing, my man?
Very good, Bowlesy, very good.
I just want to commend you on your wicket-keeping performance on Wednesday.
Oh, thank you.
How's the body?
Sore.
I'm hearing you. And Bellett, does he have a response? Again, nicely played. Hailsham might think about having a gully in here. That's the majority of runs steered through a gully, and that's the end of the second over. A better over for Little Common, 6 for no loss. Yeah, so Cricket Week seemed to happen for...
6 off it. Yeah.
Well, it started the previous Thursday. Really successful down here. The weather was interesting throughout. But we played touring sides from the UK, from Belgium. A couple of inter-club matches as well. Great fun.
Yeah, it's always an enjoyable week. I very much enjoy it.
Highlights for you, Will?
Oh, Bowlesy. Highlight for me. Keeping to your bowling on Wednesday.
Oh.
Taking a little snaffle behind off of your what I would say supreme medium pace.
Oh, thank you. Very kind. first extra of the day, a wide. Anthony's trying to bowl to his 7-2 field here, clearly, but that was too far outside off stump. Well, you're very kind of you, Will, but that was an expert take there. Standing up, the ball hooping around. I mean, mostly hooping to the boundary when I was bowling a load of old tosh. But I managed to get maybe 3 or 4 come out the hand correctly. Again, wide, persisting with this line. The corridor of uncertainty, Geoffrey Boycott would have said. Yeah, it was good fun. The overs, over 38s be under 38s. Supposed to be 11 aside. We smuggled a few more on for our fielding effort.
Yeah, when you came on to bowl, Christy Walder was standing there at the striker's end, and he turned to me as you donned your pink headband to come into bowl. He said, "Oh, great! I'm going to get out to a bloke bowling in a pink headband. Now you watch." And 3 balls later, there it was. That little nick behind.
Yeah, it was nice. That one came out okay. And
was it Will Royal you cleaned up?
I wasn't going to bring it up, Big Willie P, but yes. There was a lot of tosh in between. Giles Hook took a liking to my slow. When I say it was slow, it was very slow. And so I bowled a little off spinner to him, and that took his middle stump out. He's probably very unlucky. But I think I've done my bit for the club, because I hear on the grapevine that he's signing for next week.
I've heard a little rumour that he might be coming.
Yeah, he's back. We'll be okay for unpasteurised milk in the club.
Perfect.
And look, it's not about me today. But Will Royal had him tied up in all ends, to be honest. But look, years gone by. I might have a little newspaper cutting in there, Will, actually. We might be able to talk about...
You got a little newspaper cutting in your bag for the day?
It fell in my bag, Andrew Anthony. And that's the first player miss.
I have no idea what that newspaper cutting is going to be about, Bolsey.
No, well, I might get it out later on. And Hailsham now, after seeing that player and a miss, they are bolstering the slip cordon. Moritz comes into third slip from extra cover. So looking to leave a wide open gap there of probably 20, 25 metres. Luring Creighton into the drive. Hoping that this new ball would take a snick and into third slip. So Andrew Anthony is started in real measly form. The only run he's given away is the extra. And it's a steady start for Little Common. Watchful, but no wickets lost, that's the main thing. Many different ways to approach the power plays in all forms of cricket. And Bellett will begin his second over. Little Common's opening pair still intact. Nice natural bounce there. Again, Meredith in Chris Meredith in watchful mode. Both sides would be happy with this start. Hailsham, I think, might be encouraging. Oh, the no ball called. That one was slightly shorter. Bellett turns to the umpire in disgust, however. The umpire was there with a very early call, and this will be our first free hit of the day, I believe. Or is it? I've not seen it. Oh yes, we've seen a signal from the umpire this end. I would bowl. If I was Bellett, I'd be bowling his Yorker. If it was me, I'd be bowling a filthy slower ball. I'm not the kind of guy to say I told you so, but I told you so. Yeah, well bowled. I'm sure Meredith was licking his lips there at a free hit, but couldn't get that one away. 8 for no wicket. Fully pitched. Shot of the morning so far. Beautiful. Square drive for 4. So both openers now have a boundary to their name. And unsurprisingly, the outfield is quick and hard. Did have some rain Thursday night, Friday morning. And that is just where that third slip may have been in play. That was a genuine edge. But only 2 slips. But sensible third man in place. Cuts off the boundary. And I know that I spoke about this last week, but dearie me, the football season is back already. In full flow. We have the Community Shield this afternoon. But we won't focus too much on the football because there's plenty of cricket going on, including the Southern Brave women, who have had a bit of a stinker of a season. Trent Rockets have scored 155 for 7. And the Southern Brave in return are struggling. They are 24 for 2 off 25 balls. Georgia Adams remains. So they can't go through. But I'm sure they would like to finish the season in with a few victories. I'm not convinced about this 100. I just think the amount of cricket. This is a format of the game that is played in any other country, and
I'd agree with you there, Belzy. I'm not.
Come on, Wills. Let's have this out.
I'm not sold on it.
No, I'm not sold on it. Because at the same time, they're trying to play this one-day cup, which is now basically a youth under 21 setup. Fair enough, but
also you've got the blast, the T20 blast, and that gets disjointed because you get through the group stages, and then there's a big gap because to your quarterfinals and finals day due to the 100.
That's right, because Sussex play Lancashire in one of the quarters.
Not until
the start of September. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Anyway, back to the action here. 13 for no loss now, off 4.1. Most runs coming from the pavilion end. A beautiful extra cover drive there. Chris Meredith onto the front foot early. Hailsham have been encouraging to hit through that zone, and he has said, yes, no problem. And without wanting to think about following the ball in the field, the third slip now has been put back into the covers. That's the first boundary, the first runs off the bat from Anthony. Again, it's been a steady start for Little Common, but now a couple of lovely shots, and again he's tried to steer, a bit of a response. That one veers back in, taken by Tibble, the wicket-keeper to his left. So the field for Meredith, if you can't see it on the screen, it is a 7-2 field The two fielders on the leg side are just in front of square leg, and a wide mid-on on the one. Again, a play and a miss. It's a good battle now. Since Anthony was driven through extra cover, he's responded. Meredith uses his feet to advance down there. He's happy now, 10 not out, but the play and the miss happens. I wonder whether Hailsham will think again about maybe a gully or a third man. There is that ring field. There's only one fielder outside the circle at the moment, so there's 7 fielders on the offside. Again, another play and miss. Meredith doesn't really want to engage with Anthony. Anthony turns back to his mark. Dorber, the experienced Matt Dorber. 305 games for Hailsham now. League games for Matt Dorber. Across his career that has lasted over 20 years. Has a little word with Meredith. Full pitched. A hand to it. It might stop it going for 4. No. The ball goes for 4. That's Anthony's worst ball that he's bowled so far today. It turned into a full toss. That is meat and drink to Meredith. He's looked solid on the front foot. He now goes to 14 off 13 balls. 21 for no wicket off 5. So I had a chance to catch up with VK, Varun Kular, just before the players went out. Obviously now playing for Little Common, but spent many good years here at Hailsham. First came over from India. He'd been involved with the Delhi setup. He played 104 games for Hailsham. Took 320 wickets. Scored over 3,000 runs for Hailsham. Playing a defensive stroke there. Well bowled from Bellet. And VK looks fit and strong. Always likes coming back here, playing against his old side. Seeing a few familiar faces. No doubt he will be opening the bowling later on. And he's due to come in at 5 today. Having a good season. 243 league runs at a healthy strike rate of 114. Guided down, but no run taken. He will certainly be one for coming in and upping the run rate if he can. Likes to score freely. And in these conditions, he will be a handful with the new ball, no doubt. Won't be taking any prisoners. There's a chance. A full pitch ball, punched back straight. Slightly mistimed. And Bellet just gets 2 hands up. I'm not sure if he laid a finger on it. We'll have a look on the replay. Yes, it was a chance. A half chance, maybe a quarter chance. Back on his lines and lengths now, though. So after a more fruitful over last over for Little Common. Bellet applying the shackles back on. So Bellet to finish off his 3rd over now. Hailsham will be quite intent. about dismissing one of these two batsmen now. Slightly shorter, but well played. Straight down from Crathon. Crathon, the more watchful batsman at the moment. 5 off 24. And a maiden over for Bellett. Brings the 6th over to a close. And Little Common 21 for no wicket. So 4 games left to go after this match. And these two sides very well established up the top of Division 4. Little Common full pitch on the leg side. And even though it's slightly uphill, that's meat and drink. Meredith continues at a runner ball. And he moves to 18. Better than a runner ball now. So yeah, these two sides, head and shoulders above everything that I've seen in the league, to be quite honest. Little Common, a perfect 390 points, 13 out of 13. Hailsham second place, 369, 21-point differential. So wide's given. Dorber chases from the slips cordon, turns and throws. Batsmen are well home. So Anthony has been incredibly expensive this over compared to what he's done before. He's gone for a boundary and now another leg side delivery. And we're sort of in a little bit of who's going to crack first here. Run rate of 4.4, so the Little Common openers have not got away from these Hailsham opening bowling pair. However, with the firepower of Meredith, Johnson, Kula, Feist to come in the top 6, Hailsham will want to be taking some, well, at least break these pair up. Andrew Anthony, top wicket taker for Hailsham this year with 21. Batsman tries to steer through. Risky business that when there's wide slip in place. Only ever going to be worth 1, I think, with Bellett at third man on the boundary. Okay. The finish of the 8th over again steered down. Holly Young in the at point, nicely to her left. Gun fielder Holly, and does not look out of place in this first team. Selected today as the as the main spin option. Tom Crouch drops down to the 2s today, the leg spinner. So after last week, where Hailsham had many players that were not available, both McDonald's come back into the side. Simon Dunning comes back into the side. And the players to drop out today, Kieran Peacock unavailable. Tom Crouch drops to the 2s. And Sully Hallett to the 2s from last week. Last week's victory. Hailsham won by 57 last week against East Dean. Hailsham were inserted and got 273 for 6. And restricted East Dean to 216. Holly Young, 3 for 31. Diesel Hallett, 3 for 28. I think it's a tough decision for the selectors this week because Sully Hallett, whenever he's come into the 1s. Yes, first wicket for Hailsham. It was that angled steer down to third man. It was a wide second slip. And it was Ollie McDonald down to his right, who takes a sharp catch, and it is Crathon who is dismissed. For 6. It was a watchful stay, 29 balls, strike rate of 20.7. And Crathon, after getting his eye in there, will be disappointed. That has been a scoring area for him. Tried to angle the ball through, but it took the edge, a healthy edge. And it's a sharp chance down to his right-hand side. The slip catching this year has been strong from Hailsham. And that brings to the crease Malcolm Johnson, who has had a fantastic season so far, averaging 71 in the league, 450s, 200s, an individual highest score of 124 not out. That highest score came last week in Little Common's thumping of Mayfield. They won by 189 runs. See how he goes today. Solidly on the front foot. Middles that defensive shot. So padded up is John Meredith, who's also been in the runs this year. And Varun Kular, who you normally come in at 5. Good start from Bellett. Boyd from that wicket. 1 for 12 now, into his 4th over. And again, it's fully anticipated that this would be a well-matched encounter. Intriguing so far. Run rate of under 4. Johnson on strike, he's chipped it up, and that's got in between the 2 fielders. He's off the mark. Diesel Hallett and Simon Dunning look at each other. It was no way catchable. And maybe that's Little Common's plan here, is that Johnson is that left-hander coming in. Stands tall at the crease, as does Chris Meredith. Scoring freely on 18, and he continues that now. Nicely played. Will Royal, one of the quickest fielders in the side. Interesting throw back in, but he was quickly to the ball, kips it to 2. Meredith continues his freely scoring innings today. And that is the end of the over. Little Common move to 31 for 1. Off 8. Okay. Tibble has just sprinted off, probably quicker than maybe anticipated, to grab his helmet, which means that he's going to be standing up because we have an early bowling change. To the left-handed Malcolm Johnson, we are going to see Ollie McDonald potentially bowling off spin to the left-hander. Certainly this would be a move that has been thought about by the leadership team. Johnson will be used to facing faster bowling to start his innings. And this is an effort from Hailsham to disrupt that. McDonald thought his season was curtailed after a nasty ligament injury to his finger. But he is now in and bowling off spin. Johnson firmly strikes through the extra cover area, fielded. So 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side. Four fielders in the ring on the offside, with Moritz on the drive, slightly leg side, indecision from the 2 batsmen, but they decide, as Holly Young swoops in, they decide to stay put. So, as I said, Malcolm Johnson absolutely in fine form, 710 league runs for Little Common already. He's in great form, 124 not out last week, as Little Common thrashed Mayfield. He put on a big partnership last week with Chris Meredith, but this is definitely a move from Hailsham, that Malcolm Johnson comes in and off spin against the left-hander, joined by a couple of Hailsham legends here. The Scarmadella pair. And I've heard about young Enzo's maiden century this week. We will catch up with him later on. He's going to tell me about how he got off the mark and how he got to 100. Hopefully he'll be turning out for Hailsham next year. We shall see, yet to develop terms. I'm sure his father will be interested in drawing up the contract with Harry Chatfield. So, Bellett will continue after his successful over last time. Hailsham needed that wicket. The run rate is 3.4. But again, Little Common are building. And it is the right-handed Chris Meredith on strike. James Bellett, a massive appeal. It looked slightly leg side. Wasn't the most convincing appeal from Tibble and the wicket-keeping gloves on. But they were certainly interested. Bellett, 1 for 15 so far. So all of these top 5 batsmen for Little Common seem to be in big runs this year. Chris Meredith on strike now. Again, cut away. There is cover out there, but the cover fielder cannot get round. Slightly wider from Bellet. And the wicket is playing fair and true. Nicely timed for 4. Yeah, so Meredith before today, 536 runs, 5 50s. Also has 100. These two put on a big partnership last week against Mayfield, so they are used to batting together. Right-left combination, which is always tricky for fielding sides. Leg side again. Steered for 1. Holly Young is in, but she cannot stop the single. Field has to switch now with the left-handed Johnson on strike. First team manager, Pano here, looking as dapper as ever. So Johnson on strike. It's been a watchful start. 1 of 10 balls. Been a great signing for Little Common this year. Hailsham would be cock-a-hoop with another wicket in this first 10 overs. Asked to field today, Hailsham. So, other fixtures will be getting underway today. The second team have a huge match against Buxted Twos. Buxted are first at the moment, and our second team are second. We are in the field up at Buxted. Strong defensive, forward defensive there from Johnson. .36 off 10. Again, both sides would be happy with this start. Firepower to come for Little Common, no doubt about that. John Meredith's strike rate this year in the league is 136. He's due to come in next. Varun Kular, strike rate of 114. They've well adept to accelerating innings as the change bowlers come on. And Hailsham for today. Diesel Hallett offers another option for Hailsham, certainly. Remains in the first team. Taken 27 wickets in the 1s and 2s this year, including a 3 for last week. But at the moment, it's the off-spin of Ollie McDonald. Chris Meredith, I can't quite see what happened there. In fact, I am going to get my glasses on. That might help. Can't figure out if it wasn't taken cleanly by Tibble. Just whether the oohs and ahs were for the miss. Slightly fuller. McDonald dives over it, but fortunately fielded by what looks like Andrew Anthony at mid-off. Again on the drive. No single there. Hailsham are very lively in the field. Young side. Will Royal, Matty Moritz. Excellent fielders in that cover region. There's not many singles out there. You'd need to be a sprinter of Italian heritage to be able to sprint through there. One of the top Hailsham Italian sprinters here today watching. Hamstrings like... Let's not talk about hamstrings. Again, a push into the offside, but Holly Young, again, another gun fielder. Hailsham's fielding this year has been excellent. It wasn't excellent from the outfielders when I was bowling on Wednesday, I have to say. Numerous drops. Quicker one from McDonald. Sharp work from Tibble. Meredith had not left his crease. And that is 2 maidens on the trot for McDonald. An inspired bowling change. We thought this would be a well-matched encounter today, and it's looking that way at the moment. Hailsham probably the happier at the moment, because Little Common did win the toss. So news from the second team. In that top of the table clash is that Praveen Batty has broken through the Buxted defences, and Buxted are 3 for 1. Hailsham strong bowling attack in the twos today. Jack Coughlin, Praveen Batty, Tom Crouch drops down from the first, but also batting wise, Rob Wilkinson in the runs. Sully Hallett drops back down from the ones to the twos. Now, speaking about spin bowlers, this is another bowling change. It's going to be an all-spin attack. 2 spin Jims on. Holly Young into the attack now. Right-handed off-spinner. And again, a lovely start. It is pushed into the offside. Simon Dunning comes around and a single is taken. And that's Johnson's second run. 2 off 13. Be quite happy to get out the other end at the moment. So Holly, off-spin bowler. 2 fielders out now as the power play has finished. Slightly short. Well fielded by Diesel Hallett. Holly not overawed at all. 11 wickets for the first team this year. She's only played a handful of matches, including the best of 5 for 30 against Mayfield. Sharper one, and straight past the outside edge. This is her varying her pace. She does it so well. Has that ball on a piece of string. And that's Chris Meredith, who's already on 24. Well established. Both spinners into the attack before the 12th over. Slightly floated. They do take the single. Couldn't be stopped there. Rotating the strike. And I'm sure that's why this left-right-hand combination has been strong for Little Common, especially last week, as the field has to change. So the natural direction of spin here will take the ball away from Johnson. And as I say that, it is that perfect off-spin delivery that pitches, turns down the hill, taken by Tibble, but no edge. Johnson at the moment, 2 from 14. Holly Young to finish off her first over. Slightly fuller pitched, played out for 1 to the cover sweeper. Tom McDonald out there, strong fielder, strong arm, into the keeper. 3 runs off Holly's first over. She'll be happy with that. Beat the outside edge. Very strong in character, Holly, the 21-year-old from Bexhill. Loving life over here at Hailsham. Captains the Roses team every Sunday. And quite rightly has kept her place in the first team. Couple of Hailsham legends now. Big Kev Hallett, Tommy Ward. I hope that bar is well stacked. As I did earlier, having a quick word with VK. Played here for many years. 104 games for Hailsham. Some memorable times. So the experiment with Ollie McDonald to try and fox Malcolm Johnson early. It worked from a point of view that he hasn't got off the mark, but now it is Diesel Hallett from the Tommy Walder end. Umpire was interested there in giving a wide. So Diesel been in top form. 3 for 28 last week in Hailsham's 57-run victory against East Dean. Got real rhythm now. Enjoying his cricket this year. Again, nicely bowled. That is the areas that he will be targeting. Long follow through. Malcolm Johnson, seen it all before. Not interested in engaging there at all. So Hallett back to the more standard field. 2 slips. Will Royal, gun fielder at point. Matty Moritz, gun fielder in the covers. Moritz comes round here, stops the single. Holly Young on the boundary at a wide third man. And then 3 fielders on the leg side. Bellett, McDonald and Anthony. Diesel Hallett steaming in now from the Tommy Walder end. That's well bowled, a genuine edge. Work for Holly Young. Slight fumble. Batsman take 2. Nice return. As I said earlier, the outfield looks a picture. However, there are many cracks and it is not easy. Will Knight almost took it, had his head taken off in the covers during the week. So from the Tommy Walder end, Diesel Hallett. Better areas. So I talked about Tommy Walder earlier, and I was doing some stats in the week. An amazing 424 wickets for the club. Tommy's best figures in May 2015 versus Bexhill, 8 for 33. Hence why, being our top wicket taker, that is the bottom end where Tommy, nice play and edge there, forward defensive stroke from Johnson. Diesel stops for a little chat, but again, not too sure Malcolm Johnson's interested. Experienced player. Thanks, mate. Holly Young. First over went for 3. She will continue from the pavilion end. Bowled to the right-handed Meredith, who was freely scoring earlier against the faster bowlers. The introduction of spin has restricted him slightly. And again, Holly with such consistency. Hailsham really now squeezing. The run rate has dropped to 3.1 for this innings. Can this pressure result? Oh, it's a huge shout. He seems to have played across his front pad there, trying to flick the ball to leg. Didn't see too much wrong with that, but then it's not down to me. It was a confident shout. Holly Young back in, and again on the spot. Just looking at the replay. And yeah. Chris Meredith has had enough of blocking that ball back. Strong sweep across the line. Kept it down well. Hit it sweetly, but there's a cover fielder out in Tom McDonald. First run taken off the over. And Holly Young now gets to have her final ball against the left-hander. Matt Dorber waiting at first slip. Well bowled, watchful. No run taken. Will Royale flies in. End of another really tight over. Four runs off 2 overs for Holly Young. $14 overs gone. Run rate exactly 3 now. $42 for 1, Little Common. So unfortunately, the Southern Brave women will be heading towards another loss. Diesel Hallett continues. Yes, 103 for 6. They need 53 runs from 18 balls. That's all she wrote. The football season already, can you believe it? Championship games have all started at 12 o'clock today. 12:30, I mean. Leeds 1, Portsmouth 2. The run is taken. The early shout of yes. They've taken 2, they're after 3, and they will get 3. And that will release some pressure, because really there shouldn't have been a single there. There was a quick shout, put pressure on Will Royal at square leg, who is a strong fielder. I think he was nutmegged by the ball. 3 very welcome runs for Little Common. Diesel Hallett won't be pleased with that, nor with the skipper. Yeah, so back to the footy. It's the Community Shield later on. Oxford 1, Norwich 0 at the moment at half-time. Front foot, likely to go for 4. And it does. The dive from Will Royal cannot stop the ball accelerating to the boundary. So 7 runs in the first couple of deliveries here. Well received from the Little Common dressing room. Again, full pitched. Certainly picking their fielders at the moment. Simon Dunning with the fumble. 50 up for Little Common in 14.4 overs, just under the hour. Steady. So the third team are away at Heathfield today. We're going to get round the grounds in a minute and see how these Hailsham sides are getting on. Diesel Hallett continues. A more expensive over, gone for 9. He will want to respond now with a a strong final delivery. Lovely looking shot. Seemed to give himself so much time there. Leaned off the back foot. Beautifully steered, middled, 4 runs. "13 off the over. Back from the drinks break. Nice shot from Johnson. Took his time and now has shown the class that he is. Not bad deliveries, but he's dismissed the last couple. A lovely 4 off Hallett last over, and now Holly Young. Slightly quicker one. That's the response from Holly. Very lively, no run taken. First slip remains in place. Point. Has 2 fielders out now, Young. Protection. 1 on the deep mid-wicket slog. Edged, but along the floor. Played down, I think, from Johnson. Just the 4 off the over. 60 for 1 off 16. I was just chatting with the Meredith brothers at the drinks break. They've been looking forward to this as well. Both sides haven't had too many tight matches at all this season. Heavily odds on that both of these two teams will be promoted. Some beautiful views here today at the Western Road ground. Overpitched. Got what it deserved, really. Chris Meredith, the right-handing opening batsman, in good form. He's been in now for 16 overs. That was meat and drink. Up, over, cover. No chance given, 4 runs. And Little Common would hope now that this acceleration comes. Both batsmen well set. As I look to the bench to our left, we see a few legends. Joey Badger Stevens, Dennis Stevens, Shirley Roberts, proper Hailshamites. Joey's probably cycled down on his bike from 1943. We used to let his tyres down. He never used to realise every Sunday, Saturday afternoon what was happening. Second team skipper. He maintained he was the best all-rounder in the club for about 40 years. He didn't drop a catch. Caught a swallow in the slips once, we heard. Really classy looking shot there from Johnson. There is a fielder out. Picks up and returns, 1 bounce to Tibble. And again now it's this right-left hand combination. It's awkward for bowlers, it's awkward for fielding sides. Used to do my head in going from square leg to square leg. And after that wicket, a strong LBW shout. But really now, Little Common looking to accelerate the run rate. They're now back up to 4 runs per over. Effort ball from Diesel, well bowled, but again, well played. Meredith, 35 of 41 balls. And certainly Malcolm Johnson now lifting his run rate, 19 of 31. As the sun comes out here on the players. Again, well bowled from Hallett, into his action nicely. But again, well played. And this is the matchup we want. Too many periods of games this year have been very one-sided, I'm sure, for both of these two teams. Been some huge victories, well over 100 runs. Okay, Diesel had it from the Tommy Walder end to Chris Meredith. Slightly shorter, nicely played. Sure if it will be given as runs. It is given as runs. Thought it might have been off the thigh pad, but Meredith will be happy with that. Moves to 39. No fine leg. It went very fine. No chance for Tibble. the strong in and over where Hallett had some control. It's still gone for 10 with the boundary on the first and the sixth ball. So yeah, successful cricket week. Christy Walder was the only major injury where the ball burst through his gloves into his face. He hadn't been drinking that morning. 6 stitches. Can't open his eye. And the sweep is in action here from Johnson. A hard sweep, but in control. He's had a look at Holly Young, and he feels that that's going to be a scoring area for him, rotating the strike. But still, Hailsham, 2 fielders out. At the moment, long on and long off are staying in the ring. And the 2 fielders that are out for both of these batsmen are square of the wicket. So Holly Young is trying to tempt these batsmen to go straight and loft over mid-off and mid-on. Well fielded by Moritz. Gun fielder. There's certainly no fielder there. Flat throw back into Tibble. The lovely game of cat and mouse here as Young varies her pace of these off-spin deliveries. Not a lot can go wrong with her action. Slightly flatter. Played out square. McDonald does the fielding. Again, another strong arm in. Lots of encouragement here for Young. The experienced Andrew Anthony just beside her at mid-off. Captain last year, the slower one. Again, nicely moved. That's asking for a leading edge, but it is well played by Meredith. He continues on 40. No run taken. Beautifully poised this game now, with Little Common rebuilding after the fall of the wicket. Again, a turnaround, a quick single is taken. Direct hit would not have been out. Leg by. 1 more to the total. And that's the end of Young's 4th over. Only 11 off the over. Off Holly's 4 overs. Diesel's been a bit more expensive recently, 25 off 3. His last over went for 10. And this partnership is now worth 46. Lovely to be joined by statistician Harry, giving Will a little break. My top stats man for today. And this 46 is now coming at a bit of a rate. Nothing too alarming for Hailsham. But only 1 wicket down, 26 plus overs to go. That's the figure. And we know that John Meredith and Varun coming in can accelerate this run rate. Really well bowled. A snaffler. It's beating the outside edge. Diesel Hallett as a chat. Johnson this time does have a little well bowled, perhaps. Tibble took a stunning catch last week to his right, and that ball is jagged back after passing the stumps, and he's taken it one-handed on his right-hand side. The Hailsham skipper directing traffic from where he is in the wicket-keeping position. So Hailsham employing 1 slip at the moment, but it's about a 3rd slip position. Johnson has looked comfortable on that back foot. Single. Again, lovely pick up from Young. So effortless, flinging that ball back in. It hurts my shoulder even looking at it. But look, today's not about me. It was lovely of Will to mention earlier my 3 for 33 on Wednesday. I'm not going to go on about it, but yeah, dismissing first team batsman, second team batsman. Yeah, the odd 4-year-old Hallett to Meredith. Slightly full stroke, thick inside edge, squirts into the leg side, a single is taken. And again, the Hailsham fielding unit will have to switch. Standards of fielding this year have been incredibly high from the first team. They are always looking to have a positive return. Only Dorber and Dunning are top side of 40 in this side. It's a very young team. Again, well bowled from Diesel Hallett. He seems up for it today, very well focused. He certainly matured from last year. Enjoying his cricket, kept himself fit and strong over the postseason. Very focused. Hailsham now would like to split this partnership. And again, after an expensive over last time out, Diesel is on it, only 3 off the over. Hallett, 4 overs, none for 28 at the moment. Seems slightly harsh. He has bowled better than what his figures would suggest. Couple of expensive overs, but he's bowled some Jaffas in there as well. Be interesting to see if he continues. Hicks is in. And family. Holly Young continues into her 5th over. Who let the dogs out? Holly Young continues from the pavilion end. No single taken there. Moritz swiftly in. So let's have a little look around the grounds. All 5 Hailsham sides out. Shorter, flatter one. Batsman interested in 2. Early shout of yes. Flat throw in. Easily made. Even a direct hit there. I think Meredith got the afterburners on. He'd have been in. Right. Second team. Currently second place against first place Buxted. Oh, beautifully bowled. The slower one. As we see, probably 2 of the finest looking specimens coming into the ground. Conor McGregor and Tyler French get the Stellas in. Okay, Buxted Park, back to the action. 33 for 4 Buxted. Nicely played, waited for that one. Takes the single. Yeah, Buxted Park, 33 for 4. Top of the table clash there. Hailsham happy with this start. Praveen Bhatti with 2 early wickets. It's a start they wanted to see as well. Rotation of the strike here from Johnson. ...20 overs gone, 81 for 1. Partnership now of 53. Rebuilding. Nice to see Shawnee Dunn moving much more freer after his recent hernia op than the week. News of the Fifths, Hailsham fifths. 45 for 1 off 17, steady start. Been struggling with their batting recently, so that is very pleasing. And unfortunately, we've got no updates from the 4s or the 3s just yet. We'll get back to you when we do. Diesel Hallett continues. Fully pitched. Nicely timed. In between the ring fielders. Out to Ollie McDonald on the boundary. And again, turning over that strike. Diesel will continue. So again, very well balanced. Hailsham fight back by restricting run rate again. The run rate is bang on 4. Little Common happy with this partnership now. And again, Hailsham will be happy that they haven't got away. However, many balls still to be bowled. Diesel Hallett bowled better than what his figures have suggested. No slips in place now for Hailsham. Nicely driven. Meredith remains on 46. Batted well. Open the innings. And these two. That's the end of the over. 84 for 1 off 21. Looks like Holly Young will continue. Really tight bowling so far from her. 15 runs conceded off her 5 overs. I wonder whether Hailsham will bowl her through now as she's in rhythm. Each bowler can bowl 9 overs in this format. Or whether Hailsham might want to keep her back. Other bowling options for Hailsham could include Tom McDonald. Early call was for 2, but the fielder is quickly there. Great return in. I think that's Tom McDonald himself out in the covers. Will Royal has been effective recently bowling. Ollie McDonald, we've seen bowl 2 maidens earlier. Both opening bowlers can return. Shorter, and what a grab. Matt Dauber just behind square leg To be honest, it's not the greatest ball that Holly's bowled this afternoon. It's a drag down. The batsman's eyes have lit up. Meredith swishes his bat as he comes out. He's upset with himself. He'd batted really well up until that point. But Matt Dorber has leapt high, right hand up, single-handed, and plucked it out of the air. The much-needed wicket for Hailsham. And Meredith departs. A well-made 46. Of 56 balls. He's looking really comfortable out there. Probably one of the worst balls that Holly has bowled today. Bit of a half tracker. May have rushed him slightly. She won't care. It's a wicket in the book. I'm sure when Meredith struck the ball, he thought it was going for 4. He had one man to beat. Unfortunately, from his point of view. But that solid, impressive partnership for the second wicket for Little Common is now broken. The batsman will feel frustrated. The fielding side will think it's a bit of a gimme. But as we know with this great game, you don't always get what you deserve off great deliveries, and sometimes a pretty shocking delivery can get a wicket. Move that back over there. And Holly Young will be buoyed by that dismissal, as I see Will Royal warming his arms a bit more vigorously. Okay, so we'd hoped for a really well contested match today, and this is what we are seeing. John Meredith replaces Chris Meredith. John has been in the runs this year, 334 runs in 10 innings. We see Will Royal into the attack, and he starts with the leg side wide. But yes, back to the new batsman, in at 4 today. Averaging 33. 250s, high score of 77 against Failbridge in May. I remember playing against John, wow, 22, 23 years ago. Fierce competitor, attacking batsman. An impressive strike rate this year of 136. He will look to get on with it today. VK will be in at 5. He will also be looking to to push the run rate on. But here we are, Will Royal now into the attack from the Tommy Walder end. Been really impressive since breaking into the first team, young Will, with his batting and bowling. Slightly short there, guided down. 3 fielders converge on the ball, and the ball won't go for 4. Nice return from Bellett, but 2 for Meredith. He goes to 3 not out. So, halfway of the innings gone so far now. 89 for 2. Yes, umpire Cliff has a look at that. It is too wide. John Meredith tries to reach out to get bat on that. Simon Dunning comes in on the 1. No run taken. So the pitch is looking more like a batsman-friendly pitch, but there has been something in there for the spin bowlers. And this is what we want. We want a test. Single taken. Strong throw back in from Tom McDonald. And with John Meredith coming in, this maintains the right-left partner combination, which can be frustrating for fielding sides. A tidy first over from Will Royal. Last ball of it now. No, it's not the last ball. Really quick work from Tibble. Not only did he swoop to his right-hand side to collect the ball, in one motion he returned the ball to the stumps and hit them. Again, leg side to the left-handed Johnson. I think that must have flicked his pad or something, because no run is taken. Some little superstars down here. I'll be. Some future sporting legends. Young Albie on his scooter. He'll be joining a brilliant primary school in a couple of weeks' time. Anyway, back to the action here. We're over halfway now, 23 overs completed. .92 for 2. Very well poised. This match. So both of the first two, both openers from Hailsham, opening bowlers, have got overs in the bank, if and when they are needed to return. But at the moment, Holly Young will continue. This is her firmly played out to Ollie McDonald, but he moves well. Great return back in. Holly is into her 7th over now. 1 for 18. And Hailsham just thinking about their deep fielders. To Johnson. He picks up length so quickly. That was only slightly short from from Young, and he's onto that back foot looking to steer through. And I think that is why Dorber is at a wide, maybe even fourth slip, gully position. Uppish, but hit really firmly from Johnson, 4 runs. Will, can you do the bar? Beautiful shot there. 4 for Johnson. A talented left-hander. Holly Young will want to respond now. But again, he steers for 1. It's to the right hand of Tom McDonald. And it ends up being more than 1. Johnson moves to 33. Accelerating his personal run strike rate all innings. And he certainly is in the runs, as I said earlier. Averaging a massive 71 before today. Been a great addition to the Little Common side. Consecutive boundaries. Holly Young loops one up. Single taken. They rotate the strike. So, sport from today. It was lovely to see Argentina beat New Zealand this morning in the rugby. A fantastic match. The most points ever put on the New Zealand side by Argentina. Away from the rugby. The Olympics continues. What are we going to do if when the Olympics finishes tomorrow? What are we going to do with ourselves? Great Britain at the moment on 14 golds. All of the well-known Olympic sports. China on 34 at the moment. Italy, just 11 golds. I'm sure there's chance for Great Britain to have a few more. I think knitting, crochet, blindfolded, pin the tail on the donkey, all of those well-known sports. Kite surfing was stretching it a bit. Even I say that. I mean, come on. He's gone hard at that. And this will be the approach, I think, that John Meredith will take. He's taken it for many years now. I remember playing against him 20, 25 years ago. Free scoring. Strike rate of 136 this year. He won't die wondering. And Little Common now building that base again. 104 for 2. Brings the left-handed Johnson on strike. Pleasantly onto the front foot, but no run taken. And I think we're going to get to quite a lively point of the game now, where with 125 balls left, certainly Little Common will want to go at a runner ball, and that will see them shorter. There's no fielders down there. That is not the line for Will Royal to bowl. There's no fine leg. Third man is in place. And to a batsman now that is well set, face 52 balls. That is meat and drink to the left-hander, off his hip. Holly Young is at third man, and we'll see if that brings it a change. Will Royal has bowled really well in recent games, but at the moment he struggled to find his line. Better, and that's bowling to his field. Moritz quickly across, cuts off the single. Yes, what are we going to do after the Olympics finishes tomorrow? Malcolm Johnson wants a new pair of gloves, signals to his teammates. Hot work out there now with the sun out. 23 degrees. Like many left-handers, seems to have so much time on the ball. Steers it down. Initially, Meredith wanted a single. That was not on. Big Diesel Hallett picked the ball up cleanly. Was ready to knock the stumps down. So the first round of championship matches in the football are coming to a close. Last 10 minutes. Millwall 1, Watford 2. Oxford 2, Norwich 0. QPR 1, West Brom 3. Leeds 2, Portsmouth 2. So, Johnson unbeaten on 38. New pair of gloves and some water taken on. Holly Young comes in. Roughly treated last over. 10 off it. But she has 2 left to bowl. It's still been an excellent spell of 1 for 28. I think now they will look to bowl Holly Young out. I can see Andrew Anthony going through some more vigorous warm-ups. Maybe they will turn to him, the ex-Hailsham skipper, to break this partnership that's building. Partnership now of 23. Hailsham already used 6 bowlers today. That will give them some flexibility. Cut away. But again, well fielded. Always a busy batsman, John Meredith. You can see he wants to get on with it. Won't be scared of going aerial. And there is as I just said, but again, pushes it out to the boundary. Clean pick up from Ollie McDonald and in. Hailsham will keep looking to take these regular wickets. Chipping away. Sight screen being moved across. As Holly Young will come around the wicket, I believe, to Johnson. Yes, right arm around. Big shot. So I see to Meredith, they were keeping one of the straight fielders back. They've been tempting Johnson with this, with both Dorber and Andrew Anthony in the ring. And quite an effortless 6 there. Beautiful shot from Malcolm Johnson. And that has meant that Dorber has dropped back. And you feel now, with Johnson being incredibly well set, that he is in control of this innings. Took quite a while to get off this, except to get to 5 runs. Took 15, 16 balls. But as he's done all year, over 750 runs now if you include this innings for Johnson. A class act. And he thinks he's had enough off the over. 9 off the over. So just in the last couple of overs, Holly Young, they've got hold of. Ten runs off her last over, 9 runs off this one. .26 overs now completed. Little Common, 117 for 2. Run rate bang on 4.5. "19 overs remaining. And Ollie McDonald comes back into the attack now. Slightly different circumstances. He was rushed into the attack earlier when Johnson was on 0. And he bowled 2 really tidy overs of off spin. Now it's a different kettle of fish. John Meredith is on strike, looking to score freely up the run rate. And Johnson is incredibly well set now on 45. I think this period of the game is going to be really interesting, as Little Common will be certainly targeting, as I said, a runner ball a couple of overs ago, which would see them up to the 230 mark. Sorry, 220 mark. We shall see. Four for Johnson. He just seemed to lean on it, but lovely timing from the left-hander. There was work to be done out in the deep from Royale. But he's continuing where he left off last week. 124 not out last week. Moves to 49, needs 1 for another half century. But not yet. Already scored 4 half centuries and 2 hundreds this year. Slightly quicker now from McDonald. Round arm action. Spearing it in. Hailsham in containing mode to Johnson, you feel now. Seeing it really well. But of course he would be the danger man. McDonald, slightly full pitched, manipulated to 1. And that's a half century for Malcolm Johnson. 50 of 63 balls. That has included 7 4s and 1 6. An increasing strike rate now to 79. Took a while to get going up with the introduction of spin from both ends, but really has looked in dominant mode as his innings has continued. Game has been played in good spirits so far. Holly Young into her final over. Gave that one a bit of air. And even though Johnson is on an unbeaten 50, it beats the outside edge. Interesting now, both fielders are sent back straight. Holly Young will be looking to bowl that fuller length. She's tossed it up. And that is the largest 6 of the day. She tossed it up. She said, "Can you clear the boundaries?" And Johnson said, "Oh, yes." Front foot cleared. Picked up. 2 fielders stationed out at a straight mid-wicket. But comfortably cleared them into the sunny drinks area. Middled. So Young's figures have been attacked in the last few overs. Bowling to absolute class batsman here. All a brilliant learning experience for Holly, and she won't be put off by this. Legend Christy Walder comes down. Doesn't want to use his hands. One wicket keeper just looks to flick it on. At least his eye is now open. Good work, Chris. Bless him. The only major injury of cricket week. Quick trip to Uckfield. 6 stitches. So the delay is we are looking for the match ball. It was hit so strongly over the drinking area, and that is a tidy hit. We're looking at an 85-metre hit there, I think. Even though the fielders were back, she tossed it up, lured him into it, and he passed the test, no issue. So increasing dominance from Johnson now in his innings. 56 not out. I don't think Hailsham will mind this little delay. There has been a real surge in the attacking strokes and the momentum for Little Common over the last 15 minutes. The run rate has now risen to 4.7. Just a little reset. Tibble has come down, spoken with his young off-spin bowler, thinking about plans. Holly's figures now looking more expensive than earlier. Just as we have a little break. Lovely to hear from the Moritz family again in South Africa. Little Bethlehem. I probably think it's warmer here than it is there, but crowded round the TV. Big shout out to Matty's mum, Daphne. Daphne sending love from the Sunshine Coast here in the UK. I think it's going to be a lovely afternoon for your boy later. He looked fully focused earlier. Got some nice runs in Cricket Week. Showed total respect to the ball that I bowled to him. He just steered it away for 1. But I think the bowling attack might be a bit quicker than what I was bowling, my old dobbers today. But I don't think Matty will mind that. He's right up for this today. I see this batting pitch improving all day. And yeah, sending big love out to South Africa. All the Moritz family and friends. This is the game we've been looking forward to. So Holly Young, 2 balls left of her spell. Desperate for another wicket. Tosses it up. Nicely played. It's into the gap, but Bellett is around and a single is taken. Nasty throw back in. It yorks Holly and then takes Ollie's shin. And again, there's plenty of runs in this Hailsham side at the moment. We'll comment on that later on. Holly Young now. She's got 1 for 46. Can she finish off with a second much needed wicket? Unfortunately not. 4 taken. It was slightly full. And just in those last few overs, the decision was made to bowl Holly out. But I think her last 3 overs went for far more than her first 6. It's a lovely wicket to take earlier. She took the wicket of Meredith. Probably one of the worst balls she bowled that she actually took the wicket. It looked 4 off the bat. But she finishes today with 1 for 50. Well done again, Holly. And now the 50 partnership. This partnership is worth 51 for Little Common. An enforced change now will happen from the pavilion end. Ollie McDonald will continue. Absolute gun fielding there from Moritz. He's electric in there in that cover region. My Stato Harry totally agrees. It's lovely to watch him. And again, McDonald has bowled well. He started with maiden, and then 6 off the last over when he's returned. And this gives Hailsham, this gives Captain Tibble more flexibility. The fact that 6 bowlers are in use today already. Only Holly Young has bowled out. Fully pitched. Unfortunately, that one is not stopped, and I think it should have been by Dorber. Is that Dorber? Yes, Dorber. I just think it's worth there. I can see the fielders aren't swapping, but for me, when the left-hander is on strike, Moritz is in the extra cover region. You know, I do think the fielders should be switching if a single is taken, because I'd wager that Moritz would have stopped that ball. Dorber, 40 years of age now, Dorbs, a fit man, but cannot compete with the athleticism of our South African boy. Oh dear. Cut. Holly Young offers a left hand there, but now she has to pursue the ball, and Meredith continues. So again, this innings swings back in favour to the batting side. The run rate is bang on 5 now. Obviously a run rate of 5 throughout the whole innings would amass Little Common 225 runs. On this track, I would say is par. Hailsham will want to certainly strike. You can't help to think that this is now being well set up for a few big and of course a really strong bowling attack, as you'd expect from a side that's top of the league, unbeaten. Renee Meadows in the side today, 23 wickets. But Harvey Jack not in the side for Little Common. And Harvey, with 26 wickets this year, would be a loss for the visiting side today. Whether they will be weakened by that, we shall see in a few hours' time. But some huge totals amassed by Little Common. I mean, even last week, they saw it fit not even to bat out their allotted 45 they declared, which you wouldn't see that very often at all in this limited cricket. 334 for 6 declared last week. I think they thought maybe some weather was coming in, and they wanted to have as many overs as possible at Mayfield, which they duly dismissed for 108, 105. But they thought 334 was enough, and quite rightly it was. Not sure they'll be declaring today. In fact, pretty sure they won't be. So, in the pursuit of breaking this partnership now, opening bowler Andrew Anthony brought back in. I mean, even the defensive sort of strokes from Malcolm Johnson are pinged to the fielders. Holly Young picked that up really well at point. But Hailsham in slightly defensive mode now, you would say. Deep long on, deep long off. Deep mid-wicket. They're allowing the one here. It's been a wayward comeback from Anthony. Bowling from the opposite end where he starts his innings. No slips in place. So containment mode, you'd say. 94 balls remaining of the innings. Overpitched. That ball had 4 written all over it from when it left Anthony's hand. Wide, full toss. And to a batsman of Johnson's capability, there's an absolute meat and drink as he slashes it away. Well, steered really. The pace was on the ball. It was a full bunger. And certainly now, run rate 5.1. The Peronis are flowing. Hicks is in for the Peronis. Good lad. A class act, Hicksy boy. Good news from Buxted Park. As we know, similar to here, first v seconds. And 66 for 6. The home side. And doing the damage is Praveen, Shibs and Shankar. They've taken 5 early wickets. Lovely to see Tyler French and Amelia Ison here down here. 2 amazing Hailsham sporting families. More about those very soon. So the second team in charge. Top of the table clash there as well. It's 6 down now. 66 for 6. Stato Harry doing a great job for me here. Keeping us abreast of all the local cricket that's going on. Slightly short again from Anthony. He struggled to find his length. He hasn't found his length. More Italian legends here. Sky. Yeah, I wouldn't work for the other two. Lovely to see Gio down here. Yeah, great news from Buxted. Tom Crouch into the attack, leg spinner. And he is also in the wickets. And that is drinks. 2/3 of the innings completed. An indifferent return for Anthony on that over. Struggled with his run-up and rhythm, really. But here we are, 2/3 of the way through. 153 for 2. Okay, so we restart after the second drinks break. And it's an advancing John Meredith going along at his customary better than a runner ball. Advances down the track, meets the ball on the half volley. Drills it across, which brings Johnson on strike, unbeaten on 64. Ball picks, Hallett fields it clearly. Cannot stop the single. Lovely busy crowd down at the Rec today. Most of the benches all filled up. Tidy crowd in the boundary bar area. Quickly onto the back foot, Meredith. Pulls for one. Left-handed Johnson on strike. Again, a classy stroke all along the floor. 4 singles taken from the start of this over now. The singles are stopped. Bellet at point, gets something on the ball there. Would have gone for 4, I think, if he hadn't. Hailsham will look to squeeze now. 14 plus overs to go. Slightly fuller pitched. And Meredith, as I said, customary for many years, will not shy away from any scoring opportunity. He's in the runs this year, 536 runs in his 11 innings before today. Apologies, that's Chris. John, 334 runs. Strike rate of 136. And they will want to see that improve today. So Little Common now have manoeuvred themselves into the box position. 14 overs to go. Hailsham quite quiet in the field now. Little Common will feel in control. 8 wickets in hand. Andrew Anthony will continue. It was an errant return for Anthony last over. Hailsham strike bowler. 21 wickets this year. A good economy at 4.1. But Hailsham certainly in need of a wicket, if not one, if not two. Beautiful sunshine now, down on the track. More legends in, tidy pair of trainers as well. From Jamie Boy, lovely. Expensive next, more Peronis for the Frenchies. Tyler's had 2 sips of beer, falling over 10 steps already. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to say now, even if things go particularly well for Little Common, they might even target 300. I know that seems crazy from here. Meredith tries to swivel onto that back foot. Nobody really knew where the ball had gone. Bit of a snooker cue effort, past the chalk, and it squirts away through gully for a single. Johnson looked in very comfortable form today, seeing it well. If the ball is not there to hit to the boundary, he seems to now be timing the ball into gaps, which he wasn't perhaps doing at the start of his innings. But with that wealth of experience, he knows that he didn't have to rush things at the start. Averaging 71 this year. Meredith on strike. And Meredith has pushed hard at that. That is the wicket, the 3rd wicket that Hailsham needed. Andrew Anthony into the action. Matty Moritz was not going to drop a chance like that. And frustratingly, Big John Meredith departs. He did his job of coming in and scoring at a better than a runner ball, which he likes to do. But he's dismissed. Caught Moritz for 31 off 28 balls. I'm sure he thinks that he's left a few out there today. So in at 5 is Varun Kular. Top all-rounder now, certainly at this level. VK, ex-Hailsham overseas, was brought over by the club. Played 104 games for Hailsham. But that's in the history books now, as he is out at 5 for Little Common. And he has been in top form this year. 29 wickets with the ball. But with the bat, equally, he's been coming in at 5 all season. GT's in, lovely. Dog walk, stroke 5 pints. Yes, so VK's been in good form this year. 243 runs, healthy strike rate as well, scoring at over a run a ball. Andrew Anthony in to his old teammate. And VK in watchful mode, plays the ball out. Game has been played in good spirits so far. We wanted to see a well-matched pair of teams. What we're seeing at the moment on decent conditions. Fully pitched. Classy stroke from Kalar. Filled in the covers. And Hailsham looked to pack that cover region for VK, especially at the start of his innings. And that's a successful over. Anthony's return. His first over wasn't up to much, but his second over harvested the wicket of the well-set John Meredith, the dangerous Meredith. And he is back now in the hutch. Both Meredith boys back. And as I said, that brings to the crease Kular to join Malcolm Johnson. Johnson well set. Already 200s this year. 68 of 78 so far tonight, this afternoon, in at 3. That includes 8 4s and 2 6s. And he's on strike now. Ollie McDonald turning the ball away, but foot to the pitch. No run taken. So I said, when we came back from drinks, anything was possible. If Meredith had stayed in, or even if Kular gets going, that 300 is possible. It still is. Now that ball was really struck firmly back to McDonald. We know that he has been suffering from a finger injury, and I just saw the way that he has held his hand behind his back. This is the danger in Ollie being in the action, and I mean that through fielding and bowling, is that his finger is heavily strapped, and certainly we would not want this to affect his batting. VK punches. Good fielding out on the boundary and a good return. It just keeps it to 1. VK off the mark. As I said this year, he's been in top form. 243 runs, league runs. And he will look to get things moving. Good fielding there, Holly Young. So in the 100, the Southern Brave ladies lost, unfortunately, and it's now the males match. Trent Rockets in action against Southern Brave. Tom Banton going well, and Trent Rockets 44 of 26 balls. Oh dear. Fully pitched again, and at the moment Kular is happy to field bat on ball and push it around for singles. News from Buxted. Stato Harry is giving me pleasing news. Top of the table clash over at Buxted. Buxted batting, currently 75 for 7. Praveen Bhatti back into the attack and in the wickets again. So things going Hailsham's way with the second 11. I would say here Little Common are still in a very strong position. Praveen Bhatti 3 for 18 off 6 so far. Jack Coughlin still has 5 overs to bowl as well. But at the moment it is Tom Crouch bowling well, 1 for 10 off 6. And the fifths are also putting together some runs today. And they haven't done that every time this year. Darren Mortimer, Captain Mortimer, dismissed on 40. Paul Crosby. There's runs down there. And that shows you how fast the outfield is here. 4 leg byes. Not quite sure how that made it down there. Ah, more legends. Scotty Pearce, one of the finest batsmen to grace the Sussex Leagues. One of my favourite Australians. There's not many favourite Australians that I have. Scott is in the top 7 Australians that I like. Ange Postecoglou, Kylie Minogue, Danny Minogue, Shane Warne, Scott Pearce, Mickey Howard. That'll do. Andrew Anthony to the well-set Malcolm Johnson. Firmly driving at the ball. All along the ground, though. So what Little Common won't want now is a drop in momentum. And that can often be caused by wickets falling. Almost a chance. Afternoon to another Hailsham legend. Dorothy Hobden, chief scorer here. Anthony to Kular. He has erred onto the pads there. It's been an errant return for Anthony, bowling from the opposite end that he opened up on. I can see Diesel Hallett now swinging those arms around. Both in line and length, Anthony has struggled when he's returned back here. Maybe he's trying too hard. Crucial game, he knows. Two batsmen that he'll know well. Johnson got runs against Hailsham in the away fixture for Hailsham, which was a comprehensive victory really for Little Common at the start of the season. And VK, experienced player now in this league. Boundary followed by single, rotate the strike, left-right hand partnership. Little Common asserting themselves now again. Really busy down here at the Rec today. Great to see so many people down. Run rate of an increasing 5.3. And that has been an expensive over again for Anthony, with 13 taken from it. 14 taken, hang on. Yes, 14 taken off the over. And out of nowhere, really, this partnership has got going. 19 already. Kular 7 off 6. Johnson continues with 76 off 86. And it's prompting Hailsham now to really think about further bowling changes. Ollie McDonald will continue from the bottom end. Impressive figures, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 27. That is well watched out there from Dunning. Often you'll get spin on the second bounce of the ball. It veered away from him on the first bounce of the ball there, and he stuck out a trusty left paw. Kular wants a single. Chance of a run out, and it is a run out at the non-striker's end. That was an electric pickup from Diesel Hallett. Kular wanted the single, it was not his call. Johnson firmly said no. Kular had to do a full 180. He knew he was going to be okay if it wasn't a direct hit, but Diesel Hallett had other ideas. Picked the ball up nicely, turned, shied at the stumps, and the ball smashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Kular is short of his ground. Umpire raises the finger. A bit of a gift wicket for Hailsham there. He was timing the ball nicely, just getting his eye in, the ex-Hailsham all-rounder. There was certainly a loud call of no, but VK was already a third of the way down the track. A direct hit was needed, and it was delivered. So, Varun Kular dismissed. 8 runs off 7 balls. Run out. And this is what Hailsham will look to do now, is to take regular wickets, restrict the runs. So, brings to the crease, Ed Feist. In at 6. Little Common 185 for 4. Ed Feist. Here we are. And McDonald has done well, okay? Going at under 4.5 and over. The quicker one, tying down the new batsman. Feist yet to get off strike. You can't keep him out of the action, Ollie. He's been in absolutely booming form with the bat. 8 days ago, a real confidence-building, explosive knock against Little Common in the Sussex Slam, the 2020. There are certain restrictions, but Ollie went ballistic that night. 80-odd off 30-odd balls. Hitting the ball to all parts of the wreck. And the longer format today, but he was so eager to get back fit for this game. Probably paid a little bit too much in my book. But he's made it through, he's here now, heavily strapped finger. And who'd have thought that he'd play such a part with the ball today? Jason Tibble actually has been a really good turn to with the ball, 12 wickets this year. But Ollie here, doing excellent. And as we talk about the youngest McDonald, lovely little message in here from in my book, the best looking McDonald, Mel. Well, this is how the other half live, eh? In Sardinia, sitting by the pool with a gin and tonic. 34 degrees. Melly, we love you. The boys are going well today. Hopefully they can be in the runs. Hopefully you've taken Paul McDonald with you. And Macca, hopefully you're enjoying this, mate. Played with Macca for many years. Ferocious bowler. Class batsman. All the way around Sussex. Over 30 years ago now that was, when I first started playing a few Cricket Week games with McDonald Senior. Young James, very young at the time. I remember the birth of Tom and Ollie very well. I think before they came out of the womb, or even certainly the hospital, they had cricket ball and bat in their hand. Absolutely loving it. Bit of street cricket around Hawkstown. And now here they are, starring for Hailsham together. Had really strong seasons, the pair of them. Ollie, injury affected season, 314 runs in 8 innings. And Tommy Mack, 276, impressive average of 46 and 11 knocks with 5 not outs. Batted really well. So, we've seen a change. Another chance of a run out. Hailsham, I said earlier that Hailsham in the field will look to be in a positive position. What I mean by that is that we outscore the opponents with misfields, buzzers, catches taken. And I think with the run out, with Dorber's catch at the moment, we're in the positive. Short. You cannot bowl there to a batsman of this class when obviously he's in this form now. Okay. It's short, it's on the leg side. You do not have protection. And Billett struck away for 4 there. It's such zero risk. And Johnson continues on his merry way, 81 off 90. He's looked absolute class this afternoon. Not hot enough for Johnson to take his no-sleeve sweater off just yet. He's one of those batsmen that you just feel is in control. He's in control of himself, his shots, but also in control of the game as well. And it is the football season, unbelievably. 10th of August. The Community Shield, Man United v Man City today. Let's see how that goes. League 2 fixtures just starting now. Change of bowling. Ollie McDonald finishes that spell. And again, they're going to try something different, Hailsham. Diesel Hallett back. Buoyed by the direct hit run out. But at the moment, wicketless. 5 overs so far, no maidens, 0 for 30. It's a great pickup. Direct hit was definitely needed. And he threw the wickets down. Malcolm Johnson continues on his way. Hallett from the Tommy Walder end. Nicely in behind it. New batsman fit. Another chance of a run out. And I have to think that would have been out as well with a direct hit. It was almost tip and go. The single was taken. It was the new batsman Feast running to the danger end. It was his call. Classy stroke, flicked away. 4 for Johnson, moves him to 87 off 93, and you just feel now it's on ominous position that everyone else on the field at the moment is playing Malcolm Johnson's game. 87 now, his run rate is increasing as he approaches 100. On strike again. Pushes now. Boundary and then single. 199 now for Little Common. Hailsham will need to be taking regular wickets to restrict as much as possible. Feast in behind. I think at the moment, Hailsham will be looking to keep Feast on strike as much as possible. You can see the cover fielders, the ring fielders squeezing in when he's on strike, and keep the dominant Johnson up the other end. Yes, well bowled. It's been a good return for Diesel Hallett there. .143 for 5, the fifths. And 89 for 7, the twos. 89 for 7 at Buxted. So, again, they will be squeezing. So here we are, the action end of this innings. 8 overs to go. Little Common will be targeting 70, 80 runs off this last stanza. Hailsham will be looking to restrict, take wickets and restrict. Johnson will continue to... Oh, bye, thanks. Johnson will continue to steer this innings, no doubt. And 200 for Little Common. I think with their batting efforts this year, this would be their minimum expectation. And they reached 200 in the 38th over. Bellet back. The new batsman is in, Feast, but no slip in place. They're looking to keep him on strike, but actually on the back foot, stands up tall. A nice punch. And Will Royal, who's a very good fielder, and a couple of little misfields from him there today. Chases the ball to the boundary, gets there, gets her hands to it, but doesn't stop it. So even though they're trying to keep the new batsman on strike, he has now been sent out to pasture on the cover boundary. Easy single anywhere. And taken to get the danger. Malcolm Johnson on 89. So quickly onto that back foot. Cloths it a little bit. Just the single taken. Regrettably, a bit of a collapse happening with the fifth side. Wickets falling. Bellet to Feist wide. That takes it to 19 runs now from the extras. That will need careful monitoring. I'm sure Pano, first team manager, will be on that. Chipped up, should be a wicket. So, Matty Moritz, he did make good ground to get there. Once he's got there, the ball has scooped up out of his hands. It was a weak shot from Feast, just chipped it up really. He had some ground to make to his left. Thought the ball was going to go in. He slid, and the ball has popped out. A let-off for Little Common's number 6, no doubt. 7 overs left, 42 balls left. So a run of ball from now would take Little Common to 250. Again, I think that's minimum for them. 10 and over gets them to 278. Very well poised game. It is a batting track out there. Hailsham have been in the runs this year. However, have they been put under real pressure of chasing a large total, above average, even for here, with a classy bowling attack. It's been rampant. Bowled out Mayfield for just over 100 last week. It's really well bowled. Diesel Hallett. Wicketless at the moment. However, has not been expensive.
Gloves, you got them.
Johnson wants some more gloves. Signals to his teammates.
You got them, Ram.
Let's hope he's got enough pairs here. I probably think he has on a hot day. You wouldn't want the bat spinning in his hand. Shorter. Nice change up. Good wheels. So more gloves out for the number 3 batsman, Malcolm Johnson, on 90. Cruising his way to 100 here. Unbeaten from, continuing from last week. Unbeaten effort last week. Hasn't seen fit to take his jumper off yet. Just cruising. Just cruising. Diesel tried to deflect the ball there onto the stumps. Might be the only way we can snaffle Johnson is a bit of a freak dismissal at the other end. Okay. Bowled some great balls, Diesel, today. After a magic ball now. No slips, though. No catches in position. But sometimes you can't rely on the fielders. There were certain bowlers in Cricket Week that showed that. I remember on Wednesday that someone took 3 for top wicket taker on the day, 2 bowled, 1 snick behind. Varied pace very well. Retired many years ago, but still had a little few messages. Advancing, and that is big. So he walks down the track and absolutely creams the ball back where it came from. 6 of the best. Out of the middle. And that was from the new batsman Feast. A lovely finish to the over for him. Into the gardens. New balls, please. And with 6 overs left, 214 for 4. Johnson had called for a new pair of gloves. But a little bit of a word at the end of the over there meant that they've not been run out yet from the 12th man. A little fight back from the Southern Brave men. Trent Rocket's now 81 for 4. They'll be trying to restrict them in the 100 competition. But it's been a disappointing campaign for for the Southern Brave ladies. I do think with the Southern Brave men attack, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Tymale Mills, crikey, it's an international lineup. It should be qualifying. Okay, 6 overs left. Little Common in charge. Malcolm Johnson in charge. He carries on his classy innings, down on one knee. Not the areas to bowl. A packed offside field still. That is where the protection is. And with the left-hander on strike, unfortunately they're bowling very straight to him now. Not sure they're meaning to. And it is help yourself bowling. Tries to So Johnson moves on to 95 off 99 balls. The single brings Feast on strike. And again, that's the line that probably he wanted to bowl before. It now turns into a very simple addition to the score. One lusty blow away from another 100 is Johnson, continuing on from last week. 124 not out in the drubbing of Mayfield. Beats the outside edge. We've not said that many times this afternoon from the Hailsham attack. James Bellett into Johnson. Comfortably on the front foot. They're pushing for 2. But quickly to the ball is Tom McDonald. Returns it in. One to come in the 40th over. Highest on strike. No run. News from Buxted. It's a containing job at the moment, 113 for 7, but only 4 overs left in the 2s. So all of those low total chases can be tricky, especially with the pressure on. Johnson has received his fresh gloves just in time for him to no doubt get another 100. Been in fine form this year, 200s already, 450s. Still got the jumper on, cool as a cucumber. .96, a boundary away. Averaging 71 this year before today. Well fielded off his own bowling. Key wicket. Key wicket over at Buxted. 8 down. So, back here, a runner ball gets Little Common to 250. That's minimum. They will be eyeing up surely 270 from here. He's gone aerial. It's 6 or out. It's out. And that brings to a finish a wonderful knock. Diesel Hallett is happy with that one. Johnson tried to go to 100 in style. Slightly toe end, but receiving a lovely reception back to the pavilion from his side and the Hailsham supporters. Class act. Came in at the fall of the first wicket, and it's been a pleasure to watch that innings. 96 off 103 balls. It included 12 fours, 2 sixes. And again, Hailsham just seemed to hang in there. I previously spoke about 270. If Hailsham keep taking the wickets, then that will be restricted. Right, mate. The new batsman is George Crathon. In at 7. Joins Ed Feast, who has already hit one lovely 6 straight. Diesel Hallett into the action, and he will continue now. 4 overs left after this over. Well bowled, full. So a healthy run rate of 5.5. Hallett, a successful over so far, albeit caught on the boundary, the main man. That looks straight, and the finger is raised. Full, quick. I think when young Crathon missed that ball, it looked adjacent. It was a strong appeal, and the umpire raises the finger. So as often we find in this wonderful game, 1 brings 2. A dominant position. Little Common are still in a dominant position. However, regular wickets could keep them under that 250 mark that we thought was minimum. No goals in the Community Shield. Man United 0, Man City 0. Crathon returns. Don't know if he's upset with the decision. It looked pretty adjacent to us. Yes, he failed to trouble the scorers. And Hailsham fight back. That's the 6th wicket. And that will bring to the crease Alex Coombs. 163 for 7, the fifths. Their innings is complete. So still to come for Little Common. Rene Meadows is in next. He's been in great form with the ball this year. 23 wickets. Low economy. But at the moment, it is about Hailsham finishing this innings strongly. They will want to restrict, and the best way of doing that is by taking wickets. Bowling to the plans. Diesel clearly is bowling full and straight, long on and long off her back. And again, that is a fantastic ball to get first up. In swinging Yorker. Sometimes the fields that are placed will indicate to a batsman what's going to be bowled, but when it's straight and full, first up, it can be tough. And Diesel is on for a hat-trick. Impressive figures now, 3 for 43. Good news from Buxton as well. Wickets are falling. Both Hailsham first and seconds are in the field at the moment, in need of wickets to restrict their opponents. And Coughlin into the wickets as well. Nine down now. That's Buxted. But back here, 7 down. Little Common 221 for 7. Renee Meadows, the talented bowler, is in at 9 for Little Common. The left-handed Meadows. And Diesel Hallett is on a hat-trick. First slip is in position. Could be straight and full again, but it's nicely played from Meadows. Pushes away. High right elbow. Confident. That is a very important over from Diesel there. That is a triple wicket maiden. Some people could say that is a game-changing over. We may not know that until later. But 3 wickets in the over. It started with the catch on the boundary from Johnson, who was after another 100. And then 2 dismissals for straight full deliveries, the LBW and then the bowled. And as I say, it's been a game where there's been periods of control shown. I said at the start, 220, 225 would be minimum on this track. Little Common are there, but at one stage they could have been on for 280 with the foundation set. It was wickets that are going to restrict the total. And here we are. No doubt the innings was built round a classy knock from Johnson. Over 800 league runs now for Malcolm Johnson. Average 71 before the knock today. That'll be going even higher. And Hailsham were happy to see the back of him. But 3 wickets in an over. 3 wickets in an over will further restrict. Bellett now into his final over. 1 wicket for 40 so far. .5 overs to go. Run rate approaching 5.5. We thought this would be a competitive game today. We've not been disappointed. Slightly short of a length, punched on the back foot. They're pushing for 2. The fielder, Will Royales, quickly to the ball, swoop round, returns back on his right-hand side. Boundaries are key now. Hailsham will look to restrict. Little Common will be thinking about scoring zones. Left-hander, Meadows on strike now. We're looking forward to seeing him with the ball later on. 23 wickets so far this season. That's wide. Pushing for 2 here. Well run. So if the tail can wag now, we're still looking at 250. Certainly for Little Common, Hailsham will look to keep on taking wickets. He's looked to play straight and correct, Meadows, since being at the crease. Kept out Diesel Hallett's hat-trick ball. Left-hander, lovely high top elbow, right elbow. Bell it in again. And that is open space out there. We talked about scoring zones, and when the ball is met on the full, nicely lifted over. 1 bounce 4, 229 for 7. The full bunger was there. Well batted. You coming on for a minute? Have a chat. Yeah, cool. Come over. Test. So we're hoping to capture word with Malcolm Johnson. He's intent on watching at the moment these last three overs. Little Common, 10 and over. Can they squeeze 10 and over here? Get themselves up to 260. Hailsham looking to restrict that. So Diesel Hallett, after a 3-wicket maiden over, has been hoiked out of the attack. This might be tactical, bearing in mind that pace on the ball, Meadows has looked very comfortable so far. It's Ollie McDonald back into the attack. 3 overs to go. It's hip and run at the moment, and that's poor fielding. Shouldn't have been a run there. The early call of yes. Dorber put Dorber under pressure. And 2 from it. And I'm happy to say we're going to grab a word with the class act of today so far, Malcolm Johnson. He's going to join us in the comms box. He's intent on watching his teammates get up to 260, I'm sure. Malcolm, welcome to Hailsham.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, man. My name's Ben.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
An absolute class knock today.
Thank you very much.
Enjoyed it?
Loved it. Quite happy with the score, actually. Had a good start. Hailsham bowled well. Up top, wasn't easy. That was a good grab.
That is a tidy grab. Just going to intervene there. Matt Dorber today, we've seen feast or famine. It's either been pathetic ground fielding and a couple of decent grabs. One at square leg earlier on, and he's taken another one there. Yeah, so back to yourself. You came in at the fall of the first wicket. Took a little bit of time to establish. And
I always take my time to get in, assess each bowler. I know my game pretty well.
Yeah.
I know my scoring shots, I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses, and I try to stick to my strengths.
Yeah.
And I just try and be consistent with that as possible.
Tremendous season for you so far. Before today, 710 league runs. 450 is the third 100 today. How's it been for you at Little Common? Enjoying the banter with the boys?
Yeah, I've loved it. They've been very welcoming for me and my family. And yeah, it's just been from the first game to now. It's just been very, very good.
Yeah.
Very welcoming. Lads are great. Very competitive. Want to do well.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, and it's good to be a part of that.
Yeah, great. Obviously an unbeaten season for you guys so far. Both sides are looking to obviously move up into the next division. Now you've had plenty of experience.
Yeah.
In the leagues above. How do you think, for looking ahead to next year? I'm taking it for granted, obviously, that hopefully both sides will be going up.
Yeah.
Do you see there's a big difference between Div 4 and Div 3?
There's obviously a jump. Obviously, you've got very good players in Div 3. We'll have to strengthen. As much as if Hailsham go up, they'll have to strengthen as well. Probably in this league, you might have 3 or 4 decent batters or 1 or 2 good bowlers in each team. Whereas if you go up the divisions, there's more than that.
Yeah.
You're going to have to bowl 5, 6, 7, 8 out.
Yeah.
And then you face your better bowlers.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to have a few additions.
Are both clubs going in the right direction?
Yeah, definitely.
Play cricket the right way?
Yeah, Little Common have been great. Playing competitive cricket. Unbeaten so far. We've just been very consistent.
Yeah.
Our team's quite settled, which is quite nice. Doesn't change much throughout the weeks.
So is Harvey Jack playing today?
Harvey Jack's not playing today.
No. And when I was doing my little bit of stats work... Oh, another wicket. When I was doing my little bit of stats work, obviously he's your lead wicket taker this year.
Yep.
So obviously Renee... What does Renee bowl?
Renee bowls left arm seamers. Last week he bowled a bit of left arm spinners, which came out quite well.
Yeah, I see. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, bowled really well. And it's definitely an option.
Yeah.
Going forward.
It's the first league game of the season. Yeah, there's a bit of fisticuffs.
Cool. And obviously we know Varun from years ago. Class act with bat and ball. Still enjoying his cricket.
Always.
Yeah. Dynamite cricketer. A lot of time for him.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? It's going to be in the region of
you want to get 250,
240, yeah.
Well, you want 250, yeah. But all I say is runs on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, in top of the table clashes.
Runs on the board is always key. Yeah, runs on the board.
Yeah,
Hailsham going to have to bat well.
Of course.
Tilbury win Merits.
Yeah.
If we get them, we're well within the chance of winning.
Yeah, and I suppose at half time, if Hailsham can chase down with your attack this, then fair enough. They batted well to get there.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we said in the change room. If we scored 250, 260 or whatever, and they chase it down, someone gets 300, then you say, fair enough.
Fair enough, exactly right. What's your favourite scoring shot, Malcolm?
Oh, there's a few I like.
We saw a few earlier, especially one that was plonked in through here.
Yeah, so I don't usually play that, but I've kind of worked out a plan on how I'm going to play it and which ball and which line I'm going to hit it.
Yeah. And both fielders were up, and Holly, I think, was trying to tempt into it.
Yeah, she was. I think she was probably trying to get me to use my feet. And in previous years, I have done that. But I've just learnt now just to sit back, just wait for the short one. So if this one tosses it up there, you just hit through the line of the ball. And it's all just backing your ability. Have a few scoring shots.
Yeah.
Back yourself, and that's all you can do.
Well, look, it's the first time I've seen you bat in. The position you get in to allow you the time on the shots, especially some of those back foot shots was glorious today.
Yeah, look, I wait for width. Anything straight, I just used to kind of just tap it back as such. But anything short and any width, I'll just climb into.
It's going.
And I just wait for that. I'll back my defence more than anything as well. Yeah. That's quite strong.
Yeah. Yeah, even your defensive shots, we could hear it. You've got a lovely middle there on that bat.
Oh, it's a lovely bat.
What is your bat?
It's a Kookaburra Ghost.
Nice.
A lovely bat.
Yeah, cool. Look, thank you so much for catching up with us.
Yes, thank you.
It was a lovely knock from you today, and we've loved seeing it. Cheers, Mel.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, mate. Cheers, mate. Nice one. Great to catch up. Great to catch up there with Malcolm Johnson. First time I've met the guy, absolute class act. Gave us a real insight there into today. That is an absolutely blistering 4 from Rene Meadows. The left-hander. That was like Brian Lara in his pomp. So we said it was a massive day for the club today. The 2s against Buxted Park, top of the table clash, will need 127 for victory. The first team are going to need, at the moment, 237 for victory. But Rene Meadows says, I'm not done yet. And he's gone to 10 off 8. Hailsham need 1 wicket. Yeah, Rene takes the run. He wants to take the run. This brings Jack Biddins onto strike. Eight balls of the innings left. Little Common will want to see out all 8 balls, get themselves over to the 250 mark. And as I've just had a chat with Malcolm, you know, if Hailsham get that with the chase of the pressure of the chase today, then they've done well. Game on. Hallett is after his 4th wicket. Sturdy in defence from Biddis. He will want... I'm not sure he's going to look to do anything too funky off this ball. He will look to see off this ball and give Rene Meadows 6 balls to finish. I don't think there'll be any quick singles taken here. Forward defensive, I'm going to say. Yep. And Meadows, it was his call, but he said no thank you. So 6 balls left, 237 on the board. It's interesting to hear that Harvey Jack, their top wicket taker, is not playing today. We saw that on the scorecards earlier. And this really is an excellent comeback. We thought 250 was really on the cards. At one point I was saying 290, 300. Southern brave men fighting back, a bit like Hailsham taking wickets to restrict. 122 for 6, Trent Rockets. At the utility bowl. And with the bowling attack of Chris Jordan, Ty Mal Mills, Jofra Archer, so they should. So Tibble has shuffled the pack of his bowlers here. Ollie McDonald will bowl the final over. We've seen that Rene Meadows, even though he's in at 9, the left-handed batsmen have got some class, and he's gone big. It's into the playground for 6. He didn't even really follow through with that. It looked like a push, and it just kept going and going and going. He's looked very confident in at 9 today, and he can do some damage here at the end of the innings. He's now gone to 17 off 10. 250 still on the cards for Little Common. I think McDonald will drag his length back a little here. But Meadows is in the mood. He's gone again along the ground. They want 2. They might get 4. But that's 2 again. And the most important thing for Meadows is that he is working in even numbers to keep the strike. He will want 2, 4, 6. Or 0 stay on strike. 245. 4 balls left. This could be crucial runs now in this game. Shorter, pick up, 6 or out. It's 6 more. It was flatter. Meadows says, yeah, I can play back foot as well, thanks very much. Swivels onto the back foot, the left-hander. And that ball just kept on going and going. There is a fielder, but he watches it sail over his head, and that is the 250 up for Little Common, taking real momentum into the second innings now. 3 balls left. It's up there, and it's gone again. 1 bounce. They're pushing for 2. It should be a run out. And it is a run out. The umpire's looking the other way, but he points over his shoulder and says that's out. 1 will be scored. He looked like he was struggling. He had a look over his shoulder. He looked like he was struggling. However, it often helps to be looking at the crease when you're giving it. 1 will be scored. They were desperate to get Meadows back on strike. They wanted to deal in even numbers. And when I was speaking with Johnson earlier, he said we'll get 250. He was right. 251 all out. 2 runs shy of the 45 overs. A lovely cameo from Meadows at the end there. He'll take confidence into his bowling spell. And Little Common are happy with that. 251 all out. Two runs shy of their full quota of overs. Hailsham will get their full bowling points, but they're not interested in that. They want 30 points today. And to get 30 points today, they will need 252. It could have been more than 252. Diesel Hallett with a game-changing, potentially, triple wicket maiden. Nice congratulations for Johnson as the Hailsham side come off. Captain Tibble and Dorber. It was a classy knock. The 95. Hailsham will require 252 to win in this top of the table clash. We will break for tea and see you in 20 minutes. Apologies, 253. We will get the 1 off the run out. They had run a single already. We'll see you in 20. Okay, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of this top of the table clash. Little Common have posted 252. Difficult to gauge. Both sides at the break. I think there's reasons for both sides to be happy. Both sides may have wanted a bit more from it, but the runs are on the board. And in these big pressure situations, I'd always want runs on the board. In their pursuit of 253 to win, Hailsham open up with Matti Moritz, averaging 42 this year. Blistering start. He scored 200s, 250s. High score of 119. And he will be on strike. I can see that Varun Kular has got a lovely, shiny, red cherry new ball in his hand. Off the longest run-up that I've seen in a long time this season. Right arm over. First ball, and Moritz plays it out square to point. VK started with his sleeveless sweater on. That's gone now. Certainly less cloud cover now than when we started. It's the longest run-up we've seen this season, apart from Tom McDonald's marathon effort in Cricket Week, where he started in Berwick. Varun Kular to Matti Moritz. It's a wide down the slope. So VK back to his old home ground, where he played 104 games for Hailsham. Took 320 wickets. That included 26 fifers. And nothing would make him happier but to go again and add to that, but for Little Common now. And that could be the start of it. It was up there for the drive. New ball. Matti Moritz tempted into that flamboyant drive. And I think it was an inside edge in between bat and pad. And it's a slow walk off for Matti Moritz. He really wanted to make an impact today. It is the slowest drag off as he comes in without challenging the scorers. Caught by wicket-keeper Chris Meredith. Bowled Varun Kular, and he continues his great form with the ball. 29 wickets already. That's his 30th wicket of the season, and not the start Hailsham were looking for. 1 wicket down with the score on 1. So in at 3 for Hailsham is Matty Dorber. 305 games for Hailsham, spanning over many, many years. 6,800 runs owned by Jove do we need, or do Hailsham need that total to be added to today? Varun Kular on fire. New ball there, jagged back across Dorber. taken by Meredith off a 25-yard run up into his action. Right arm over. Struck Dorber on the toe. The wicket-keeper was not as interested. The Little Common team are absolutely buzzing at the moment. The early wicket of Moritz. You can see how much Koulart enjoys playing against his former side. He's got that feel that he can take a wicket at any ball, every opportunity. And there it is. Dorber not wanting to get onto the front foot. You just had that feeling. And Ollie McDonald has waited up the other end through a very traumatic for him and the side first 5 balls. And we've gone dot, wide, wicket, dot, dot, wicket. Jason Tibble today in at 4, and he is in the opening over. Matt Dorber comes back in. The second duck, and indicates that that ball is doing a lot. So what figures, what a start for Little Common. Looking now, I mean, this could be a 30-yard run up now for Koulart. 3 slips settle. He is after his 3rd wicket. And Tibble says, no thank you. A terrific start for Little Common. Hailsham are 1 for 2. Not the start that Hailsham were looking for. Certainly Little Common a cock-a-hoop. Wills, welcome back. Loads of childcare duties today for you, multitasking.
Yeah, I mean, probably should have stayed doing the childcare by the looks of this. Not a great start.
No.
Not what Hailsham were looking for.
No.
See if these two can now rebuild.
Yeah, had that nagging feel that even though I didn't go to the first match at Little Common, I'd heard a lot about it. And you know, that day, Hailsham in the away match, Hailsham were chasing a total, and at half-time were confident, but unfortunately fell away in their most disappointing batting performance of the year. And at half-time I thought, no, and I spoke to some of the management team, and I said today is about 2 big partnerships, and surely we can't have a repeat of what happened in the away match. Now, we're not getting ahead of ourselves here. Tibble, 600 runs this season, league runs at an average of 50. Ollie McDonald, 14 runs at a strike rate of 121. These two obviously have the talent. But then when we look at what's to come, Royal, Dunning, McDonald's been in the runs. I think Hailsham's chase now is really dependent on these two amassing a hefty proportion of these runs.
I think these two now just need to apply themselves, rebuild and try and get Hailsham into some kind of position where we can chase this. But I don't think they can't go at it now.
No.
Like they may have wanted to before the innings started.
So from the Tommy Walder end, this is David Till, left arm over, wicketkeeper standing back. Lovely steady action. It is Tibble on strike after McDonald got off the mark with one. So Till to Tibble, leg side line, off the front foot there for a leg bye. So Tibble's not off the mark yet. So Ollie McDonald on strike has been in absolute fine form in all formats. League, cricket, friendly cricket, 2020 cricket. I just wonder whether at 4 for 2 he can continue to play his natural attacking game. Of course, if Ollie stays around for 20 overs, you would think Hailsham are going to be in a far stronger position.
Yeah, I just feel like those 2 early wickets, though, means that they may have to be going back into their shell, just applying themselves, nothing too extravagant, just to try and settle it down again, try and get the runs ticking on the board, not necessarily quickly, as we would have hoped. But
I mean, perhaps Tibble plays the Malcolm Johnson role.
Need a measured approach, I feel like, now. And
3 down now at this stage. I think you're banging trouble, and the pace of Kular won't bother Tibble, or his temperament.
I don't think the pace in itself will bother either of them. I think they're both quite comfortable with pace on the ball.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know if it's moving a bit out there or not.
Dorber mentioned it was. I think one of the first ball or the second ball that Dorber faced, it seemed to jag across and go up the hill. Lofted.
It's expansive.
But it is expansive. Everything we've just been saying. They're running to a loopy throw back in. He'll make it. Yeah, he was on the drive and it squirted over Renee Meadows at extra cover, and so much time in the air, almost the fielder straight almost got round to Kular to Tibble. Yeah, Bentley's back there, staunchly kept out by the Hailsham captain. Yeah, I think we're in a rebuilding phase here. If you're a Hailsham fan, if you're a Little Common fan, you will be wanting more wickets, no doubt about that. Community Shield, the football's back on, can you believe it? Man City 0, Man United 0. 20 minutes to go. Kular in again. Full pitched, inside edge for 1. So, VK, very impressive with this wicket today. 30 wickets at an economy of 2.3. So it isn't just Hailsham that have found him tough to face this year. Looks like the whole league has. 2 5-wicket hauls. Best figures of 5 for 9 against Dome Mission back in June. Kular to Tibble. Nicely shot. Sorry, to McDonald. And a nice punch. And the ball makes it to the boundary. And the packed pavilion here at Hailsham. The majority Hailsham fans. And there's no doubt Kular has been on the money for his first 2 overs. Collects his sweater. He'll be happy at the moment. 2 wickets off 2 overs, 8 runs conceded. And the run rate required, I will always keep a look on during this. You wouldn't want it to be heading up over 6s too much. And at the moment, it's 5.8 required. But after Hailsham had lost 2 wickets from the score on 1, Till continues from the Tommy Walder end. And Tibble steers it away through square leg for 4. Class act, Jason Tibble. Averaging 50 this year, 3 50s, 200s, over 600 league runs, still with 4 games to go. It's a better line from Till. Left arm. One slip. A sort of fly slip as well. Interesting position for the left armour. Yeah, a fly slip on the second slip line. Full toss. Nothing on it from Tibble, but nothing on it from the wicket-keeper Meredith either. And a looser over here. The first...
He did get a bit of that. It's been
oh, he did.
runs.
He did get a 4. I take it back. Sorry, Jace. Trying to diddle him out of a 4 there. And the keeper couldn't stop it or catch it. And a bit of a looser over now. Already 8 off it. Three balls to go. No goals in the Community Shield, 15 minutes left. Dear me. I'm not a fan of that. However, Brighton are involved in a friendly against Villarreal today at the Amex. Well, just watch this ball. Strongly struck on the drive from Tibble. Confidence growing out there for Hailsham now. 3-0 Brighton at the moment. Very interesting to see how Brighton go this year. New manager. Ended a 4th over. A better over for Hailsham. And the score moves on to 19 for 2. So he's shell-shocked by the strong start from Varun. Took 2 wickets in his first over. He's going to peg any team back. As I said at the break, runs on the board in these pressure chases. I would have preferred to have been in Little Common's position at the break. And Kular starts his 3rd over. Ollie McDonald, who loves pace on the ball. No doubt the ball now will be losing a little bit of shine, been struck to the boundary a couple of times. In this power play, I'm sure that Little Common will want to see a 3rd wicket. Hailsham will be desperate to rebuild. We're yet to see Renee Meadows from New Zealand. 23 wickets this year. Left arm seamer, can also bowl a bit of tweak. Attacking shot from McDonald on the back foot. In great form at the moment, in all formats of cricket. Certainly matured as a batsman throughout this season. Absolutely staunch, focused, temperament. Desperate to impact every single game that he plays. Gives his all to the team and the club. Sometimes when he was younger, as probably with all of us, that might spill over into a bit of a over celebration. But this year I've seen a maturing of the youngest McDonald. Reads the game situation, lets his cricket do the talking. Nice to see, great to see, because he has got all the shots. And there's one of them there. Slightly frustrated that he keeps picking the fielder. Strong encouragement from the dugout here about staying patient. Keep hitting the ball along the floor. We know he can go aerial. We know he can be particularly brutal. And yes, my birthday twinny, Winnie, is here. And the pegs. And LT. The Wilcos are in. Let's see what Robert Jeffrey is up to. Hopefully he's still in against Buxted. Let's have a little look. Because a very important game for the twos today as well. And they are chasing 128 to win. And the second team are 41 for 2. And unfortunately, Wilkinson Senior did not trouble the scorers today. Actually, it was a platinum duck for Wilkinson. Bowled, first ball of the whole innings. But the rebuild is on. Billy Hobden followed swiftly afterwards. And Hailsham were in a very tricky position of 4 for 2. But Ethan Dorber, who is in magnificent form at the moment, and Sully Hallett are rebuilding. And the second team are 41 for 2 off 8. Keep going, guys. Pressure chase again. Just like here. Okay. Little Common continue their 6th over with Till. McDonald has gone aerial, and it has just crept over the fielder, who backpedaled and then tried to get a hand up, but it was to avail. We just spoke last over about McDonald staying patient It was well struck, but the Hailsham fans here were praying that that crept over the fielder that was loitering on the edge of the ring. Till again. Shorter and absolutely dispatched. Hanging on that back foot. He has middled the ball a few times this innings, but picked out some fielders. The only thing he's picked out there is a spot almost on the road. And the wicket today is pretty much central. That's a big hit. Kular is stationed at a wide square, at a wide fine leg, almost square leg, and he watched it sail over his head. Till needs a response. Yeah, he's ticking now, McDonald. He's ticking now. 18 off 14. The first two balls of this inning, of this over, have gone 4-6, and he's tried to hit the case off the third. Fourth ball, Till to McDonald, up there, manoeuvred. He want two here. They're looking for two. The fielder's done well, the sweeper fielder, and I think probably that's the best thing for Hailsham at the moment. Take the single. Ollie can get that heart rate back down again. Has enough talent to take the game away from any team that are in control. And Little Common will know all about him, because 2 Fridays ago he boomed 85 off 32 balls in the T20. Coming back at the end for key runs after he had retired. And they didn't know where to bowl at him. Of course, a different format, but he's in destructive form. And what better person to be batting with him than Tibble. Captain, even for his younger, tender years, seen it all before. Lovely to see the spectators today. It's like being the weather. It's like being in Love Island. The clientele, lovely Dev, Conor McGregor. The sun's out now. Plenty of Hawaiian shirts on show as well. Absolute class efforts. Alfie Moon would be proud. The beer's flowing, the cider's flowing. A great day for cricket. Let's hope for a close finish here. Tibble, 12 not out. McDonald, 19 not out. Varun into his 4th over. 2 for 11 so far. He's gone straight. And Tibble has laid into that 4. Every ball that goes past now at the moment, every run that's scored, confidence slowly building for the Hailsham side. It was an electric start with the new ball. It really was. And definitely that first over from VK was jagging about. But dare I say it, maybe with the ball being struck to different parts of the boundary, maybe just now there's some lacquer come off the ball. Might not be as easy to control. VK still off his 25-metre run-up. Very balanced. Well bowled. Good zip still. The ex-Delhi man. Brought over by Hailsham many, many moons ago. Settled here. Playing his cricket for Little Common. Did have a season or a period of time playing cricket up a few divisions. But it's settled now here. having a great season. 31 wickets so far, including these 2 today. To Tibble. Tibble goes hard at the ball. Edge goes across the outfield. Single is taken. Now, what will McDonald's approach be against Kular? No doubt the danger man with the ball. Having said that, we will see plenty of Rene Meadows later on, the New Zealander. A half appeal, really, from the Little Common fielders. Not really followed through. News from Buxted. Hailsham's second team are chasing 128 to win. 53 for 2. Dare I say, looking good. The Fifths. The Fifths managed to amass 163, and I thought that would be enough. Maybe not. Lewis Priory, 85 for 1. Full pitched, well fielded there. Close in the covers. And I'm gonna say now that I'm confident that the ball is certainly doing less than those first couple of overs. Hailsham have 8 wickets in hand. Run rate required. They're on track for. It's 5.6. VK. Last ball of his 4th. Ollie has gone aerial, and that has beaten the infield. 2 bounce 4. A little shake of the head from VK as he gets to the umpire. 9 off the over. Seven overs gone. Hailsham 43 for 2. I think the longer this goes on without losing a wicket, the more the crowd, the local partisan crowd, will get into this. Confidence building. Lukey. All right, mate.
I can't get it for it. Ask Harry if you can get one out. A tennis ball out.
Okay. I think it's our first look at spin in the second innings. And this is Rene Meadows. The New Zealander from Auckland, who spent the last couple of seasons at Little Common. Left arm bowler. He can bowl spin. He bowled spin last week, and the skipper said I quite like that, because he normally bowls left arm medium. But he got some last week. He got 5 for 16 off his 8 in the thrashing of Mayfield, bowling spin. And he told me earlier he might be bowling spin again, and he was right. So Meadows will be in buoyant form after he added a very handy 25, quick fire 25 at the end of the Little Common innings, which propelled them to 252. Nice little warm-up for him. And in the 8 over from the Tommy Walder end, He's in bowling around the wicket, trying to turn the ball away from both right-handed batsmen. Over-pitched, Ollie McDonald takes the single on offer. Tibble, very good between the wickets. And this might be why he's bowling off-spin, to turn the ball, the left-arm orthodox, to turn the ball away from both right-handed batsmen. Call of weight, and that was the correct call. Well fielded at mid-wicket. Fielder at first slip. Ready for the edge, should it be taken. Here's Peggy Wilkes. He's gone big, and that will stay big. Careful in the crowd, please. 6 runs, slightly over pitch from Meadows. We are in the power play still. So he was happy to go with the full swing of the bat, and it's cleared the boundary. 6 more. The introduction of Meadows yielded 8 runs in his first over. Again, Hailsham at this stage. The 50 is up. And also the 50 partnership. And the 50 partnership has come off a healthy 43 balls. I wonder how many overs they will give VK. Obviously, VK got off to a blinding start with 2 wickets in his first over, but he can only bowl a maximum of 9. He has looked the danger man so far, and Captain Meredith is happy to give VK his 5th over on the trot. No doubt searching for that 3rd wicket, and he was bang on the money there. Full pitched delivery. And the sting has just been taken out of the Little Common effort here in the field. Unsurprisingly, if these two have gone along at better than a runner ball. VK to McDonald. Fully pitched. He's certainly bowling wicket to wicket here, VK. Any kind of errant shot from the batsman here, you can see that the stumps are going to be in action. It's either going to be bowled or the umpire is going to have a really important decision to make. 1-1 in the football, approaching full time. Kular to McDonald. Again, 3rd full pitch delivery on the stumps. He's saying to Ollie Mack, if you miss, I will hit. It is either going to bruise your toe, and there's going to be a huge appeal, or those stumps are going to be in bother. I wonder what McDonald's approach is at this point. Will he be happy to see out this over, thinking that Kular may have 4 overs held back for later? Slightly shorter. McDonald onto the pull, but toe ends it to mid-on. Warm out there now. McDonald takes off his green helmet, wipes the sweat from his brow. He knows the equation. Hailsham required 202 from 219 balls. However, that's a long way off. These two will be batting in 10s, in 20s. 4 dots in a row this over. Driven straight, fielder across well. 1 more ball left this over. I think from a Hailsham point of view, they'll be very happy with another dot. See out this maiden over from Little Common strike bowler. Of course, VK, a fan's favourite when he was here. Slower. And that could be the end of VK's opening spell. He has a smile. I'm sure when those first 2 wickets went down in his first few deliveries, he may have expected more. I would probably think that is the end of his stint. We shall see, maybe holding back 4 for later. And the game is progressing at speed. Hailsham's run rate above what they require. One all at Wembley. Penalty shootout will happen. Let's get back to here though. Rene Meadows. Bowled spin last week, and they like what they saw. Trying to turn the ball away from the right-handed batsman. Okay, here we go. Tibble on strike. Shorter, cut away, but there is a sweeper fielder out. Decent sized boundary down to the scoreboard today. Single taken, no problem. Now McDonald. Let's have a look at this field. The 2 fielders that are out are both straight. Will McDonald look to go across the line? No, he's looked to go straight, and the fielder is interested. I'm not sure that Little Common or bowler Meadows will be happy there. The fielder was stationed on the boundary, really came charging in, but the ball has only gone for a 4. I tend to think if the fielder would, I suppose he is 3/4 of the way back. I take it back. He didn't start on the boundary. He's gone again. There is a fielder out there. The spin has done the fielder, but it's 2. McDonald saw out the maiden over from Kular, which was a sensible thing to do, but he's ticking, which is all well and good. Hailsham do not need a 30 today from one of these 2. They need a 70, 80, 90. And McDonald can do this. But he keeps going aerial, and that one is middled. Cleared the boundary for 6. A much more controlled stroke. The ball was pitched further up. And as I can vouch for, as I watched him last week, when that ball is middled, there is no boundary big enough. 6 more for McDonald. He moves on to 36. Again, 13 off the first 4 balls of Rene Meadows over. The experienced New Zealander. He has switched over who will be going out on the boundary. And it is deep long off now and deep long on. We're out of the power play. And a cover sweeper. Faster delivery. An early call of no. Good pick-up, poor throw. But McDonald has taken 13 off this over already. Last ball of the over. And he pushes the single. Sensible, sensible batting. Exactly what Hailsham need. This is where McDonald has matured over this year. Reading the game situation. Taking responsibility. The partnership now moves on to 64 off 55 balls, 64 or 55 in a quick fire 38 minutes. And as I predicted, 5 overs was enough for VK to start with. No doubt he will return at the end of the innings to try and have impact. So first change from the pavilion end as Hailsham are going along admirably well at this stage is Jack Biddis. Left armour. We are trying to get the sight screen adjusted. Again, that shows the maturity of McDonald. Just taking the single. It had been a good over. I wonder whether Rene Meadows will continue with spin, or he might go back to his more likely left arm seam. However, Biddis starts with a wide, shorter delivery that McDonald winds into. Cuts it into the ground. 2 taken. Biddis, an equally long run up. Left arm over. No catching fielders in place. Wayward, leg side delivery, wide given, rightly so. And whereas in the away fixture, the Hailsham response petered away very quickly. Now I think the team knows a lot more about themselves. Absolutely murdered for 6. McDonald is in destructive form. So quickly onto that. The fielders did not move. Flat 6, crowd killer. He continues now, 45 off 32. And all Hailsham supporters are just praying that Ollie, we see more of Ollie McDonald, that he keeps going in this vein. Captain Tibble is his partner, and he's not messing around himself, 25 off 25. Little Common supporters will want to see the end of Ollie McDonald. To be quite honest, they're sick of bowling to him. In the Sussex Slam 10 days ago, 8 days ago, he hit it to all parts of the sham. You can't help but think that if Ollie McDonald stays in for a substantial time, the game is taken away in every single boundary he hits from Little Common. Biddis is desperate to remove him. But it is a leg side half tracker, and McDonald tucks in again, another boundary. Absolutely amazing sausage rolls being brought. Thank you so much. We get very well looked after here in the commentary box. So only 3 legal balls bowled by Biddis. The 3 legal balls of, well, the 13 off the over so far. And he has decided to come around the wicket now, change of the sight screen. And McDonald wide again. McDonald steps across, hits the fielder this time. 2 balls left of the over. Hailsham on 78 for 2. Biddis to McDonald. Full pitch, well bowled. A really good response. He went the journey at the start of the over. He will want to get out of this over now. Of course, he would want a wicket, but I imagine that he'll want a dot ball, keep McDonald off strike. There are singles available. The 4 fielders outside the circle are all... That is a great effort. Another short-pitched ball. McDonald quickly onto it, but the ball went higher rather than the distance. And the fielder at mid-wicket made great strides round to his right-hand side. A full-on dive with 2 hands, couldn't lay hands in. The ball's gone for 4, and that brings up Ollie McDonald's 50. 53 off 36. A strike rate of 147. 6 4s, 3 6s, and Bidis, who took over from the miserly Varun Kular from the pavilion end, has gone for 17 off his first over. Hailsham now scoring at a rapid 7.5 runs and over. At the moment are in charge of this game. Of course, if you are a Little Common supporter, they are desperate for the wicket of McDonald. But for the time being, Rene Meadows, and I wondered whether he would go back to his more orthodox left-arm seam bowling. Well known in his native New Zealand, from Auckland. Big shout out to his brother Bailey. I was talking to Rene at tea. Lovely chap. Enjoying his cricket at Little Common. Played last season. Rene has 23 wickets this year at an economy under 4, but his economy is not under 4 today because he's having to bowl to the ultra-aggressive Ollie McDonald. He's settled into his rhythm now. Chopped down by Tibble, and that brings on strike McDonald. Green helmet, 3/4 length sleeved. Let's have a look at these fielders. Their hands will be ready. We have fielders at deep long on, deep long off, on the cover boundary and at mid-wicket, and it's Varun Kular at mid-wicket. I wonder where Ollie McDonald might go with this. He's gone, and when I say gone, he has been caught on the boundary. The ball was slightly flatter. As I said, he's gone aerial again. Hush around the pavilion now, as McDonald is dismissed for 53. A swashbuckling 53. But he has picked out one of those 4 fielders where I was explaining. He's tried to go over his head. It was going for 6. The fielder, 2 hands above his head, took the grab. It was hit powerfully. He just looked down to check his feet were inside the boundary. And McDonald has to drag himself off. It was a cracking knock, 53 or 37. But it comes to an end now. And Rene Meadows, with his 24th wicket of the season, swings the pendulum back in the favour of the league leaders. Unbeaten this year. 13 out of 13 wins. Which brings to the crease Will Royale at 5. Strongly defended. Strongly defended from Will, first ball. 5 wickets last week for Meadows. Into the action again. Slightly edgy. running on the misfield. That would have been very close with a hit. But the single is taken. A successful over for Little Common, removing the destructive McDonald. And of course, Hailsham are well ahead of the run rate. They're scoring at 7s at the moment, but only 7 wickets left. Plenty of time left in the game in their pursuit of 253. As we saw in the first innings, regular wicket taking is the best way of stopping the run rate. And Jack Biddis, one over spell. He is hoiked out of the attack. So it seems as if he's been a little bit starved of the strike, Captain Tibble. But he's still going along very well. He will need to now stay and play that Malcolm Johnson style role in this innings, in this chase. Two dots. Will Royal been into the first team for the last 4 games. High score of 54. Keeps his spot. Probably under pressure with Sully Hallett also scoring well. So change of bowling. John Meredith into the attack, off spin. Royal playing across the line. The ball is running away, gaining speed down the track, down the slope, and the fielder cannot catch up with it. Will Royal, a nice boundary, low risk. The run rate is not a problem for Hailsham at the moment, requiring 5.13 for victory. Wickets in hand is the bother. Another 4 defensive, sees off Meredith's first over, nice and tidy, and 4 off it. Hailsham progressed to 88 for 3. Okay, news from Buxted. Deary me. These low-scoring affairs can be really nervy. As we know, the second team require 128 for victory. But in the chase, the 4 wickets have fallen. Ethan Dorber, who is in great form at the moment, is 29 not out. His father couldn't trouble the scorers earlier, but he certainly is at the moment. Will Knight has just joined him, and they still require 63 with not a huge amount of batting to come. I would think that these guys need to put on a nice partnership. Thank you to our stats man, young Harry. Fielding team very interested there. Unsure whether Tibble nicked it there. Tibble trying to play a late cut. I'm unsure whether that's a sensible move at the moment. There is a fly slip. There is someone at gully. There's no pace on the ball from Meadows here. Bowling well. Won't mind that. Single. Have a chance to bowl at the new batsman. I'm sure Meadows is happy to see the end of McDonald, who was particularly brutal in his first couple of overs against him. Just seen McDonald, just a shake of his head. He knows that he had the game almost, and that is a magic delivery. Royale looks at the pitch. The ball there is pitched maybe middle and leg, and it has gone on to flick the top of off. Will Royal has done, he hasn't done much wrong there. He's played down the line, tried to smother it. It's not an attacking stroke, it's a defensive stroke. It's a front foot push. Okay, maybe he didn't get as far forward as what I thought. A little bit caught on the crease. However, that ball has jagged and turned and hit the top of off. And Meadows is in the action. The native Aucklander from New Zealand has taken the 4th Hailsham wicket. And Hailsham have gone from 83 for 2 to 89 for 4. And that brings Simon Dunning to the crease. News of the Southern Brave. We might be getting a win. They've got it to a very manageable. Oh, they've won. With a ball to spare, 127. The Brave win. 45 from Big Kyron Pollard helps off 23 balls. And Chris Jordan steers them home. Back here, the pendulum has swung again to the away side, top of the table. Little Common. 4 wickets deep now into this Hailsham response. And Meredith now into his second over. Dunning hits the ball purposefully out to the deep cover fielder. And again now the Hailsham pavilion quietens. I think most Hailsham supporters were really hoping for longer time of McDonald and Tibble. Tyler French keeping the bar well stocked. There. Some football scores are in. Man City win their first trophy of the season. I don't think it'll be their last. It is only the Community Shield. They win on penalties. And Brighton's friendly against Villarreal. They won 4-0. Nice start for the new manager. Friendly football, but there we are. And we are a third of the way through the Hailsham chase. They are in pursuit of 253. But Little Common on top. 2 wickets in the first over meant that Hailsham curtailed. And that brought together McDonald and Tibble, who put on a blistering partnership. But from a Hailsham point of view, it couldn't last. And Renee Meadows now has settled into his spell. Bowling the left arm orthodox. And at the moment, you'd say at 91 for 4, favourites Little Common. Hailsham in need of another partnership. Back in 3. Okay, so the feeling at the 15 over stage is that Little Common are fully in control. Okay, the run rate is healthy for Hailsham, but the wickets column is the issue. 4 down, hard sweep from Tibble, nailed, 4. And when Tibbs came in for drinks, you could see that steely approach, that look in his eye, still there. He will be looking to play the Malcolm Johnson role. They've now moved deep mid-wicket to deep square leg. After that thing, and get another magic delivery. That was right, the one that dismissed Meadows. Tibble has done well to miss it. That's the one that dismissed Royale, I must say. Pretty unplayable. Another hard sweep. Missed everything. And Meadows now is enjoying his afternoon. A rapid 25 with the bat. And he's adding to his substantial wicket column this season. Upish. One bounce doesn't make it to mid-wicket. Here's a threat. Takes his cap. completes his 5th over and now has great figures. 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 30. Whereas previously he got absolutely hammered by McDonald. He was very happy to see the end of McDonald, and now he's applying his pressure. And it's a double spin attack. Meredith now bowling from the pavilion end. It's a nervy Hailsham changing room at the moment. Simon Dunning is due runs. Well watched from VK. As we said, the outfield looks good, but there are cracks. It is hard. Just one off that one. Tibble, a little bit pensive to come too far forward to it. No close fielders. Meredith to Tibble. Watchful at the moment. Run rate required is not an issue. Wickets column is an issue for Hailsham. Little Common will keep chipping away now. I wonder whether they will keep Meadows in the attack. He has 4 to bowl. VK has 4 to bowl later on, but I don't think we'll see him until the death, if we get that far. Shorter, but he can't get it away. Meredith fields off his own bowling, collects his cap, a tidy over. And again, with the dismissal of McDonald, the dynamics of this run chase slightly change. Well, I say slightly, markedly change. We know that Dunning can take any attack apart, but he is fresh to the crease. Dunning from South Africa loves playing for Hailsham. Facing up to Meadows. The left arm orthodox spin bowler, turning the ball away from the right-handers and certainly causing some havoc out there. He bowled Will Royale a magic delivery earlier. And Will's been really unlucky this week. He's had some of the best bowling he's faced. And unfortunately, both experienced, fantastic bowlers did take his wicket. Probably the one on Wednesday was the ball of the week. Oh, James, I did get him out. Yeah, thanks for asking. A horrendous in-ducker, bowled at 14 miles an hour. Off the pads and uprooted his middle stump. Just after second team keeper Christy... Are you listening to this, Pano? Just after Christy Walder was removed, nicked behind, and just after Hookie... New signing Hookie was bowled neck and crop middle stump as well. I thank you all. 3 for 23. I've not been able to move since. I'm not one to go on about... It's not about me, Rocco. It's not about me. I know that, mate. And that's a nice shot. Could go for 4. Good fielding out there. Oh, it has gone for 4. A double tag team approach out there. Actually, as Rossano's there, he might have been there. Look what's fallen into my bag. Look at this. Look at this. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Just had to reminisce there with a few cricketers about some brilliant encounters in 2002. Tibble continuing. Shorter ball. Meadows now into his 7th over. And even though he was set about at the start of his bowling spell today, or a big flamboyant drive, lost his shape slightly there, Tibble. Manages to get an under edge just past the wickets. That saved him. Yeah, so Meadows has dragged this back brilliantly today. Went for a few runs at the start. Again, fielder's hit. Dunning. Due run, Simon Dunning. Only averaging 20 this year. Looked in really good nick last week. Look to Hailsham now. This experienced pair, experienced in two different ways. Dunning in years and games played. Tibble in playing at a higher standard, as he was involved with the Eastbourne club for many years. Still only in his 20s, Tibble, but approaches the game with much maturity. All aspects of the game. Himself and Panic definitely responsible for raising the bar and expectations of the Hailsham side this year. That's the end of the over. A quiet over, but at the moment Hailsham won't mind that. 111 for 4. So Tibble has stolen the strike there from Dunning. Getting a few messages in from a few Hailsham legends. My friend Dean Apollo Noakes goes by the slogan of loose as a goose. Noakes, he would have loved to be involved in this kind of tussle, and he was for many years. Flat, 6. Mind out on the tennis courts. Somebody could have been serving the ball up there. That was cleanly struck. Little Common have got 4 fielders out on the boundary. But that was straight. 2 fielders are at long on and long off. Hands ready. But that's sensible from Dunning. Booms the big 6. And then back to the control. Drifting into the legs there. No shout or appeal. Dunning certainly doesn't look as comfortable when he's playing off his legs. Not at the moment, anyway. Not with that shot. But anything there, and the ball is going. That is 6 more. Slightly over pitched, but he's turned it into a full toss, and he has bisected the deep mid-wicket and deep long-on boundary riders. So after the previous over, that was very tight, Meredith was just dispatched for 13 off the over. And again, Hailsham's run rate is not an issue. The wickets column are the problem. This partnership has now rapidly moved on to 35 of 42 balls. Dunning contributing 24 of those. Tibble on strike now. Meadows, shorter, skids on, but fortunately going down the leg side from our point of view. Meadows has been dangerous, but this is his penultimate over. Certainly against the right-handed batsman, with the ball turning away, there's been some magic deliveries in there. Very, very similar to that delivery. That was similar to the one that Will Royal received. Tibble's long stride forward saved him there. It was a strong appeal from Little Common, but the umpire remained unmoved. Meadows, all action, the New Zealander. He's gone big. Just seems a bit frantic at the moment. But it's these pressure situations in those run chases that can make even the most sensible, calm cricketers see a different perspective on things. Tibble is the mainstay. He's looking to play that Malcolm Johnson role that we saw in the first innings. Taking that responsibility, knowing your scoring zones. He's gone large. It needed to be large. That's into the conker trees. Tibble in on the action with the boundaries and with the 6s. Tibble moves on to 38. And again, after the 6 being hit, that's very pleasing. A single taken. End of the over. Scratch that. We were a bit slow on the, probably my belly in front of the antennae. Tibble swiftly onto 45. And I'll say it again. The run rate is not the issue. The wickets column is the concern for Hailsham. I will say now, if Hailsham do not get bowled out today, they are going to win this game. Tom McDonald in at 7, averaging 46 this year. Andrew Anthony can be brutal with the bat. Strike rate of 116, but he's due. James Billett, involved in a brilliant partnership last week with Sully Hallett, 83, not out. So, Little Common, 4 overs left of VK, and they bring him back into the attack now. They don't want to wait until the death. Maybe he'll get 2 overs now and 2 later on. Tibble will not mind the extra pace. They are turning to their star man now to break this partnership. VK to Tibble. In line, staunchly defended. And Hailsham have got themselves into such a position with the run rate, in the run rate required of only 5.3, that no great risks have to be taken here. It's not a case of seeing him off, but scoring 3, 4 and over, absolutely fine. I'll say it again, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, they will be very close. Quick single. Is Dunning alert to this? I think Tibble will have a look at Dunning now to say, please ensure Simon, that you are backing up fully. Simon won't be as nimble as the likes of McDonald, Moritz, and so on. And they've just had a little meeting halfway down the pitch, and Tibbs has said, come on, Si. We can just take 3, 4 from here, but there will be 3 or 4 taken and over from singles. The field is still well spread. 4 fielders outside the circle. So there are singles. So Dunning. I said earlier he's due runs. He will now face Kular, who has 31 wickets now this season. .25-metre run-up. Kular to Dunning. Simon Dunning, who made some wonderful beef rolls during Cricket Week. South Africans like a bit of meat. Talking of legends, Tutty's in the house. Okay, here we go. 133 for 4. Little Common wanting to bust this game open with more wickets. Added pace on the ball, so even an inside edge will squirt away for 2. And this is the danger, direct hit, but Dunning is safe. This is the danger in bringing back a bowler with pace, is that runs could come more freely. In my opinion, seeing VK's overs off for 3, 4 and over will be fine. So VK's run up closer to the boundary edge than the standing umpire. Into Tibble now. Shorter, steered away by Tibble. Tibble on 48. Could be on his way here to another half century. 48 off 70. Responsible innings. Tibble on strike. Single taken, takes him to 49. And again, he takes a single off the last ball of the over. I don't see that as a bad thing. Hailsham move on to 136. They're past the halfway stage now of overs, and the run rate is healthy. Renee Meadows, an improving spell, and he's going to finish that spell now. From the Tommy Walder end. Tommy Walder, Hailsham's top wicket taker. Foxing batsman. And that is what Meadows has done. Bowled some unplayable deliveries. Will Royal was the recipient of that. And even Tibble, who's very well set, has found it tough. Tutty's in the house. Good, man. You all right? Right, let's have a little look at the scores around. It's going well at Buxted. Hailsham, 102 for 4, chasing 128. Ethan Dorber, 49 not out. I watched Ethan play on... In fact, I was involved in the game on Wednesday. And Ethan opened the batting with another youth, Josh Funnell, and they both batted really well. Really, really well. So impressed with both of them in line. Nice, sensible shots off their pads. And Ethan Dorber, what a cricketer. Well, he is already, following in his dad's footsteps. So it looks like in the first v second clash at Buxted, the seconds are going to come out on top. Let's get back to here. Tibble, unbeaten on 49. The danger man, Meadows, from the Tommy Walder end, fields off his own bowling. Had a lovely catch-up with Meadows earlier. Comes from Auckland in New Zealand. Came over to Little Common last year. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Back this year. Bowled left arm seam. And started bowling a little bit of spin recently. Took a Michelle Pfeiffer last week. And that completes his spell today. A maiden to finish. A cracking spell. 9 overs. 1 maiden. 2 for 43 for Renee Meadows. And, in a way, Hailsham will be glad to see the back of him. He has taken 2. The other bowler to take 2 has been VK, and VK only has 3 overs left. So Meadows has bowled out. VK is now going to bowl another over. He will only have 2 left after this one. Again, interesting to see the Hailsham approach. They will have to make a change from the bottom end. And Little Common today are missing Harvey Jack. Harvey has taken 26 wickets this year. We shall see who they turn to. VK to Dunning. He's gone aerial, it's a chance. The fielder charges in, and that is a warning for Dunning. A single taken. A very, very risky shot there, almost brought the end of him. Tibble on strike. Tibbs remains on 49. It seems to be that he is the glue holding together this Hailsham response. You can't help to think that this 2.4 overs from Kular will be key to the outcome of this game. An absolute jaffer. Slightly down in pace, but that was the in cutter, the jagger. Keeper Meredith takes it to his left. And Tibble on 49. Nods in approval. Kullar looks to the sky. 3 balls left this over. Hailsham 137 for 4. Tibble on 49. And that's 50 for Jason Tibble. That is Tibble's 4th 50 of the year. To go with, coupled with that, his 200s. He's now scored today, bang on his average. The average is 50. And he has now scored 656 league runs. The single brings Dunning on strike. Kullar adjusts his field. Umpire turns around into his long run-up. 25-metre run-up. Dunning on strike. He's gone large. Is it large enough? Heads! 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 Apologies there for screaming. That was coming our way, and there were young children here. One it is literally just bounced in front of a kid's nose. Not quite as destructive as AA's 6 a couple of weeks ago that tried to decapitate Big Willie. But that was a lofted 4, 1 bounce, almost 6. Dunning's going again. Can he clear the fielder? Coming our way again. It's a repeat dose. Little Common have brought VK back to try and break this partnership, but Simon Dunning at this stage says no, no, no. There were 2 balls left of the over, and it was bang, bang, 4-4. Simon Dunning, 34 now off 19 balls. The partnership now rapidly moves to 57. VK's return of 2 overs has not shown, well, it's not proven to be what they wanted. However, Hailsham move on, 146 for 4, off 25. 20 overs left. And it's amazing to see another Hailsham legend here, Marc-Francois French. He is in. He's either come to get his son or have a couple of drinks with him. Nice to see you, Frenchie. Hailsham legend. An enforced change now at the Tommy Walder end. Renee Meadows finished. Tom Crathon into the attack. Warming that arm up. He starts with a full toss. Work for the boundary rider. He does that work very well. Takes the ball on a tumble and a return over the top of the stumps, 1 bounce. Dunning now on strike. I feel a little bit now like I did with Ollie McDonald. He's set. Is there need to go aerial all the time? The boundary riders are out, 4 of them. He won't die wondering, Simon Dunning, one of the hardest hitters of the ball in the club. South African prime beef. You wouldn't want to arm wrestle him or take his dinner off him. But we love Simon. And his due runs. Come on, Si. It's up there. He's gone aerial. Not a particularly aesthetically pleasing shot. You wouldn't have seen that kind of shot from Pano. But he's happy with the response. Slightly ugly where it ended up. You wouldn't have seen that from Pano. However, 4 in the book. Perfectly dissected the 2 fielders. And the 150 for Hailsham is up. I said about an hour ago, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, they will win this game. It is 20 overs to go, just under now. And 100 needed. This is the top of the table clash. The runs are on the board. Plenty of youngsters here watching this show at the moment. Single taken. And Simon is really going now. 38 off 21. A strike rate of 180. Tibble on strike. They do bring a straighter mid-wicket in to try and stop the single, but there are singles available everywhere. Tibble picks out the fielder at extra cover. Tutty's in with a wonderful flowery T-shirt, enjoying the summer sun. And there's not a cloud really in the sky now. It's a beautiful August evening. Craven from the Tommy Walder end. Flatter, well bowled and well taken from Meredith. No run, but another over ticks by. Craven is the 6th bowler to be used. I'm not sure we'll see Jack Biddins again. He bowled 1 over for 17. But we're seeing a double change, unsurprisingly, because VK, they will want to keep 2 overs until the end. But we now see the experienced Malcolm Johnson, top run scorer for Little Common earlier on, into the attack. He will bowl, it looks like right arm over, even though he's a left-handed batsman. 4 boundary riders are all in front of the wicket. Keeper standing up. Let's have a look at this. Okay, right arm medium, slow. Not sure we're looking in an off-spin action. I think he's bowling seam up off about 4 or 5 paces. He's going to be bowling cutters, wicket to wicket. And Hailsham have got the required rate, well under a runner ball. At the moment, they're happy just to rotate the strike. We said earlier that Harvey Jack was missing from the Little Common side today. He's tucked into that. That was short and got the treatment. The fielder on the leg side boundary was way in front of square. The ball from Malcolm Johnson was short. Dunning pivoted and dispatched it. 46 off 24. He's gone again for a repeat dose. It's 1 bounce. I've got to stop standing in front of that, haven't I? But I can't stand here because of you. It drives me nuts in there. What should I do with that? Move it up here. Dunning goes to 47. I'm staying here. Tibble on strike. These 2 experienced players now are just manipulating the ball. Little Common desperate for a wicket now. Dunning has changed the thing, and he's seeing it so well. And that is 4. That is 50 for Dunning. Greeted with a 51 off 26 balls, 6 4s, 3 6s. 26. And Dunning is not getting ahead of it here. He is just a little nod, a raise of the bat because of this injection of pace into the chase. Hailsham going at 6.2 and over. The required rate now is under 5. Okay, Hailsham Town victorious. A 6-0 victory against Bosham. First league game. 2 goals for Connor Townsend, 2 assists. The boys are back over here now. Let's hope for a victory over here as well for the Hailsham first team cricket. Crathon continues from the Tommy Walder end. So at the moment, the pendulum, you have to think, has swung back in favour of Hailsham. I did say about an hour ago, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, they should win this game. The wickets column has been the issue. Tibble continues working in singles mostly. The run rate required is under 5. But these are pressure chases. You think you're in the money, and then bang, a wicket goes, bang, a wicket goes. That's a full toss. As he picked the fielder out, 1 bounce. As I said earlier, I feel a little bit like I did when Ollie McDonald was batting, that you just want to see more, you just want to see more. You know they're not going to change their approach. But if they stay in, Hailsham are on top. Little Common now. Under 5 and over needed. The Hailsham boys are back after a 6-0 victory against Bosham. Another brace. So Little Common now, you would think will need wickets, and if they take 1 wicket, it can often bring 2. This is what we saw in the Little Common innings first off. Dunning is hitting the ball so hard. It's pierced through the fielder. They're taking it on for the second. Malcolm Johnson has to take evasive action as the ball goes into the sun. The fielder's done well. Dunning hits the ball very, very hard. The fifths are back. Unfortunately, the fifths came out second best today. Johnson into the attack. Dunning again picks out deep long on. However, keeps it down to 1. Dylan Smith back in. Surely not another duck today. Another duck. The chief ducker. And that is the wicket that Little Common desired. A really soft dismissal. So Malcolm Johnson he's tried to nurdle and push the ball into the leg side. You can see the disappointment for Tibble as he's dragging himself off the pitch. It wasn't a shot in anger. Little Common were absolutely desperate for that wicket, and they've got it. And it is the Hailsham captain. It's the 5th wicket. A really responsible 54 from Hailsham's skipper, but as he drags himself away after a soft dismissal, he has to pass the reins on with 82 required to Tom McDonald in at 7. You just have the feeling that this was going to be tight all morning, all week. We thought this is going to be close. And at 171 for 5, Malcolm Johnson, the experienced Malcolm Johnson, and we spoke with him earlier. He's been in this position many times. He's certainly steered Little Common to their total of 252. With a glorious 96 earlier. And now he's taken the ball. They're obviously a bit short on bowling. And he's done his bit. And that brings Tom McDonald to the crease. McDonald has been in good form with the bat. Indecision between the two batsmen. McDonald averaging 46 this year. Hailsham would love to see some of that action today. The fifth teamer back. Busy night at the boundary bar. Hailsham footballers have won. Let's hope for a victory here as well. A successful over for Little Common. Malcolm Johnson into the action.
Not that far, no, in mid-wicket. It's gone now.
171 for 5. And Craven will continue into his third over now. And it looks like Simon Dunning will not curtail his natural aggressive scoring. He's the more senior batsman now in runs and in experience. Sensible batting. Boundary followed by single. Rotate the strike. And as I said earlier, McDonald averaging 46 this year. At the start of the season, nobody could get Tom McDonald out. He had 5 not outs, 4 in a row at the start of the season. A healthy 276 runs from batting at 7 and 8 all year. Early call of no. With Dunning at the crease, there won't be the number of quick singles that you see towards the top of the innings. But an incredibly capable batsman, Tom. Younger brother, Ollie. Loves the limelight. And certainly had the limelight for 35, 40 minutes earlier. But that won't bother older brother Tom. Again, they've set off. Left-handed Meadows, possible buzzers, but saved. Meredith backing up. Yeah, they're certainly maturing this year as well of the McDonald Senior. Understood his position. Been in many tricky positions down the order. Single taken. Chance of 2, but Dunning has dawdled to the striker's end. And again, the last thing Hailsham need is any run out. Time for drinks. 30 overs bowled from Little Common, and Hailsham have moved on to 177 for 5. They require 76 of 15 overs. My maths and your maths tell you that is just about 5 and over. Be back in 3. Okay. So we return after the final break of the match. And it is Malcolm Johnson continuing. And he is just intent on bowling wicket to wicket. No pace, all the pace off the ball. Cutters. And Tom McDonald is on strike, who's getting nicely in line. And again, run rate is no issue. Towards the end of the over now, Johnson happy to give the single straight. As he drops back deep long on and deep long off. A big appeal. It looked to be going down leg side. Keeper was moving down the leg side already. And quite rightly, the umpire says not out. Quite rightly from my vantage point. Johnson, McDonald, slightly floaty, but he's picked the fielder out. A tidy over, but equally McDonald absolutely fine. And again, I think this is where Tom has matured as a cricketer. Never doubting his ability, physical ability, but at times as a youngster, and many of us were the same, do something rash. Coming in at 7 this year, he's made that spot his own, averaging 46. And the way that I feel at the moment, 3 Hailsham batsmen could go on to get 90 or 100. McDonald could have done. McDonald O. Tibble could have done. Both batted well. And Simon Dunning on 60 not out is the only Hailsham batsman now that could. Little Common had Malcolm Johnson, who certainly went on and scored that 96. 95. And that's, I think, could be the difference. If Hailsham don't get over the line here, and there's still a very pressured situation in this run chase, that could be where that makes the difference. In batsmen getting a start, but seeing it through. Going from a good score to a big score. And Johnson did that today. Well bowled from Creighton. We had hoped for a tight match, and we've got one. You can't help think now, like I felt when Ollie McDonald was at the crease, that Simon Dunning is a key player. And as I say that, he perfectly bisects deep long on and deep long off. And he hits the ball hard. I'm not sure the umpire saw that, but he signals 4. .64 from 34. Lost ball, and again, from a Hailsham point of view, they won't mind that. Take the sting out of it, reset. Dunning with a strike rate of 188. Before this knock, he only had a higher score of 38 this year. Under pressure. Both him and Sully and Will Royal probably under pressure today. Dragged, but crisply hit again. Only a single. You know, Sully Hallett pushing for a first team slot today, Sully. After some important runs, the selection committee went with Will Royal and Simon Dunning. And Dunning at the moment, a top score before today of only 38. 65 not out. Tom McDonald, sensible play, rotating the strike. Great news from Buxted Park. The second team have won. They got it 8 down. Squeaky bum time in the 129 chase. You get the feeling it could be a similar feeling here. Hailsham now 184 for 5. Run rate required of 82. He's about to stab that in his foot as well. He's jamming that down. Mate. Okay. Malcolm Johnson. Okay, Malcolm Johnson, top run scorer for Little Common both today. Now, this could be 6 or out. It's massive. It's a monster. Dunning clears his front foot and absolutely melts it over deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there. He's watched it sail over his head. It's gone into the old cricket nets.
Yes, Nicky! Yes, Nicky!
Tom McDonald on strike. Dunning has scored the runs off this over. McDonald now understands his role. Great to see Shawnee Dunn down here today. The best medicine for his poorly hernia, 16 Peronis. A big appeal, very high though. It was straight enough. The cool Malcolm Johnson, still in his sleeveless sweater. You can still see here, can't you? If I'm here. You can still see, can't you? And Hailsham, another good over for them. You can see the nerves. A few paces back and forward from the big diesel. He's yet to get his pads on. Hopefully they won't be needed. Andrew Anthony cruising here, meditating. 16 roll-ups in the last half an hour, absolutely fine. Not for him, just rolling them for other people. Holly Young, as cool as ever. Bellett, in great form, Bellett. 44 not out last week. Andrew Anthony, strike rate of 116 this year. We saw some booming sixes a few weeks ago. Of course, the Hailsham supporters will be hoping they won't be required. Crathon continues from the Tommy Walder end. McDonald on strike. Singles available. Only 4 fielders in the ring now. Wicket keeper up to the stumps. Crathon into his work. Fully pitched. Pushed for 1. McDonald understands his role at the moment. Just to rotate the strike. Hailsham require 59 of 70 balls. And that brings the power hitting Simon Dunning on strike. The field is well set for him. 2 fielders straight. He's gone even straighter. And that is 4. Just like earlier, you felt we were part of Malcolm Johnson's game. Just at the moment, you will feel you are in the house of the Dunning. A strike rate of 194. If Little Common do not dismiss Dunning in the next 20 minutes, you'd think Hailsham are close. Crathon fully pitched again, and Dunning checks his stroke, plays it out sensibly. I was talking to a couple of the senior Merediths earlier at the break, and they commented how Dunning is often the key man, always getting runs against more legends here. The double Scott, young Monty, and not quite as young Trevor. Again, McDonald, nothing daft. McDonald might be only on 5, but it's 5 not out. And a very important 5 not out. He understands his role here. Dunning is seeing it like a beach ball. Again, sensible. Cheered on by his brother. I don't know how Mont, but you know. Fell into my bag cut. Loft. Sorry, mantelpiece. Right, here we go. Oh, no, fine. The 200 is up for Hailsham. 200 for 5. This partnership is now worth 29, of which McDonald has only contributed 6, but that is not a problem at all. Now, we thought that the strike bowler, Varun Kular, would wait until the end of the innings, but Captain Meredith has no choice now. With only 53 required off 66 balls, they've got to spend one of Kular's overs now, maybe 2. Love ya, Pegs. Cheers for the sweetie. So, you'd tend to think, perhaps, that 12 balls of Kular could change this match in Little Common's favour. Still, good chirp, good positive comments from the Little Common fielders, but they want their main man here, 31 wickets now this year, to come up trumps with them again. He was run out earlier. Can he shift the momentum back to Little Common? Kular to McDonald T. Upish, chipped, well fielded, no run taken. You get that nervy feel now. They wanted to keep VK. He only had 2 overs left. Surely they wanted to keep him to the death, but they can't let it go to the death now, because Hailsham are scoring at such a positive rate, mainly down to Dunning now and O. McDonald earlier. VK to Tom McDonald. Full pitch, well played. And even dot balls now are being applauded. Quite rightly too. He understands his role. Only 6 in this partnership for Tom McDonald. Off 25 balls, but that is not an issue. I said an hour and a half ago, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, they will win this game. Renee Meadows has bowled out. VK only has 1 over left after this. Full pitched. Really well defended. I wonder whether, after this over, and I think if Kular takes a wicket, he will certainly continue. But I wonder whether they spend his last over here as well. Two balls left in this penultimate over for VK. McDonald on strike. Again, really well bowled. He's bent his back into that. Yorker length. but McDonald is saying no. Watching the ball intently, not interested in scoring. The equation is 53 off 61. That will not be a problem. And now the boundary riders are sent back. They seem to be allowing the single now for McDonald to keep Dunning off strike. The attacking Dunning. VK. Last ball of his over. Yorker length. Beautifully clipped through mid-wicket. That is the danger when the quicker bowlers come back. Any bat on ball can squirt away. But that was a classy shot from McDonald. And Hailsham go on to 204 for 5. Okay. Craven continues. 10 overs to go. 59 balls. The equation is a run rate required of 5. 49 off 59. Craven. Simon Dunning. Morty Vicker. He is seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. The burly figure from South Africa eating up this total like he did the beef rolls on Wednesday. Little Common need to remove Dunning urgently. 81 now off 42. He has been dismissive of every single bowler. However, these run rates these run chases in pressure situations are never easy. And I'm going back to the years when I was playing for Hailsham. And I'm standing here with Big Kurt, Big Trevor Scott. He will remember some of the games that we grabbed loss from the jaws of victory. However, there were the odd times, and Trevor's just reminded me of a certain 9th wicket partnership that we held at Dicker. Dunning, 81 not out, on strike. Shorter, cut away on the other side now, down the hill. That's another 4. Simon Dunning, before this knock, only had scored 160 runs. The management kept their faith with the South African. His highest score was previously 38. Now 85 off 43, but the job is not done. 41 still required. Very sensible. There's a single everywhere. And I think in Tom McDonald, he knows that he has a willing partner. He totally trusts. Little Common desperate now. Desperate for a wicket. Rene Meadows, absolute class earlier on, but he's bowled out. It is the usual batting track here. A beautiful evening. Are Hailsham about to close the gap at the top of the table? We were after a tight finish, and I think we're going to get one. McDonald as well. So, let's have another look at this equation. My Stato Harry's here for me. Partnership of 42. Great news from the threes. They win by 24 runs. The second team have won. The third team have won. The fifths are back, unfortunately, could not defend 160 odd. Required run rate for Hailsham now, 4.4. And Little Common have no choice but to gamble. They've gone all in. They've said, show me the money. VK. And Hailsham's ex-overseas star now looking to take 1-2 wickets. Fully pitched, probably veering down leg side. Dunning happy to trot through, called through by McDonald, another one off the total. Tom McDonald in at 7, averaging 46 this year. They struggled to get him out at the start of the year. A really responsible number 7 slot this year. Facing up to his old teammate, VK. In he comes from the pavilion end. Again, fully pitched. No slips in. VK is bowling at the stumps. He is bowling for the bowled or the LBW. And that is forcing him to bowl really straight at the moment, but he's veering into the pads. Any kind of clip on there, and that's runs. Here he comes again, charging in. Again, a lovely run. Lovely from a Hailsham point of view. Still positivity from the Little Common fielders. They know that wickets change games. And a special shout out now to Rene Meadows, because without his 25 quick runs at the end of the innings, Hailsham would be near enough home and hosed. Kular to Dunning. Along the floor. The Hailsham boys are happy with that, along the floor. Two balls left of VK's spell. Little Common had to gamble here. They had to turn to their key man in the need of wickets. The 87 not out from Dunning has changed the course of this match. Fully pitched, well timed, no run. So VK, who played 104 games for Hailsham, took 320 wickets. He needs one now, he needs one against his former club. McDonald, T. McDonald, Tommy McDonald, my pal. Known him since he's a bubba. He knows his job here. It is about protecting his wicket. As the sun drops down through the shadows, he punches for one. And that is the end of VK. A big smile from the talented Indian. And he finishes with figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 42. He's bowled out. Looking at it from a Little Common point of view, their 2 most experienced bowlers are probably wicket takers this year. In VK, bowled out. Renee Meadows, bowled out. We'll see where Captain Meredith goes next. Certainly today, I think any team would miss a bowler that's taken 26 wickets at an economy of 3.47, and that's what Harvey Jack had done today. He doesn't feature for Little Common. So Craython will continue. No, he won't. I think it is. Yes, Craython continues from the Tommy Walder end. And Hailsham would just quietly be happy with things professionally being done here. Little Common will want the opposite. They will want hurly-burly. They will want panic stations in the Hailsham dressing room. Wide, driven for 1. And that brings Dunning on strike. Dunning slightly been starved of the strike. Partnership going very well, and Dunning on 87 off 46. Four boundary riders out, all in front of the wicket, and Dunning gets a full pitch delivery on his legs and he can't turn it round. The only thing that will take this game away from Hailsham now are wickets. And I would say especially the wicket of Dunning. He's on strike now. Very straight, long on. Which means... And it is like we are playing in Simon Dunning's back park. He had been driving the ball straight. They move the fielder straight, and he goes slightly wider. Partnership of 51 off 55 balls. And again, what a superb hand in this Tom McDonald has done with 13 not out. Nelson, 222. That is 6 more. Dunning is seeing it like a beach ball. Is this his Hailsham defining moment?
Yeah.
Simon Dunning, the burly South African. 97 of 49. Can he control himself? It's low, it's a full toss, and it's dropped. It's a full toss. He has smeared at it. Not sure whether it will be given as a no ball. It flashed to a short third man, and in the end, it's right in front of him. And he has spilled it. He's got 2 hands to it. Dunning moves to 98. We make that over here. Nothing to do with us. And the umpires have now realised. Yes, they realise. So, a bit of a life for Dunning there. It went very hard to Jack Biddis, who unfortunately spilt the chance for Little Common. That could have been a crucial element to this game. With Dunning gone, Hailsham still require 24. And just like earlier in the first over, when VK took 2 wickets, the changing room get very busy. The heads are down. That would have been the same there. But hey, the chance was grasped. A tough chance because it went so quickly. You wouldn't expect it there. But once the fielder has made the ground, 2 hands on it, unfortunately it was grassed. And with that, is that the end of the Little Common chances? So, an enforced change of bowling. Till is back. His first spell went for 22. Simon Dunning on 98. Play and a miss. Till, left arm, over the wicket, slanting the ball across Dunning. There are scoring opportunities. 4 boundary riders are up. Cover, deep mid-wicket, and 2 long and straight. Dunning, 98, batting at 6 for Hailsham. He's drilled it. Is there enough on it? Great fielding, and a single is taken. The fielder has made really great pace to his left-hand side. Got 2 hands on the ball. The Hailsham fans thought that was it for Dunning. They thought it was the 100, but they will be made to wait. McDonald now on strike. Hailsham 230 for 5. Playing a miss. It looks like runs. And the ball has gone over the boundary. A jam-packed pavilion come to their feet. That must have been an edge. It looked a bit streaky. Hailsham will not care. 234 for 5. This is after Hailsham were 1 for 2 after the first over. In years gone by, previous Hailsham sides would have subsided being 1 for 2 off the first over. And quite rightly, Little Common at that thought, top of the table, they are unbeaten. But Simon Dunning, so far, is turning the game on its head. The burly South African, 99. Slower ball. I'm not sure if there's any bat on that. We all wait to see what the umpire gives. It's a wide. Dunning knew that he didn't get any bat on that. I'm not sure he'd have wanted to have gone to 100 that way. A very expectant crowd here at Western Road Ground. Standing room only in the pavilion. McDonald on strike. Steers it away. Hailsham requires 16 to win. A Hailsham side that were 1 for 2 earlier. We wanted a tight match and we're getting one. McDonald, they do take the single. Let's hope that McDonald doesn't crunch 4s and 6s to leave Dunning stranded on 99. However, that is just one part of this match here. And the crowds that have come down today have been thoroughly treated to a high standard of cricket. The Malcolm Johnson knock of 95 earlier on was sheer class. Diesel Hallett's run out, followed by a 3-wicket maiden, stopped Little Common from reaching 280 in my book. And now we've seen 3 innings over 50 from Hailsham. Captain Tibble, Ollie McDonald, and Tom McDonald gets in on the boundary act. A thumping 4. Hailsham now continue in their free scoring approach. McDonald moves to 23. Meredith back on. This is a top of the table clash. Single taken, which brings Dunning on strike. Simon Dunning. 99 off 52 so far. The crowd are expectant now. He's one run away from a ton for Hailsham. And there it is. Thoroughly deserved. Simon Dunning, take a bow. 103 glorious runs at a strike rate of 194 that included 13 fours, 3 sixes. It's one thing doing this kind of performance in dead rubbers, or when it doesn't matter. It matters today in the top of the table clash. Little Common before today, 390 points, 13 wins from 13. Hailsham in this run chase were 1 for 2 after 1 over. And in previous years, you'd have thought this is going to be a massive struggle from here. There seems to be more character in this team. We've spoken about it all year. Hailsham now have turned this run chase into a cakewalk, and I can't quite believe I'm saying that. 6 needed. And there it is, in the most emphatic style. Hailsham needed 6. Simon Dunning delivers that 6. And he ends on 109, not out, in one of the most memorable innings that has ever been seen at the Western Road ground. Unbelievable is right, Cal. A strike rate of over 200. We started off the day with the first team and the second team in very, very important matches, first v seconds, and they have both come out on top. An hour ago, I spoke about match-winning innings not being 50s, not being 40s, in that we needed someone to go on and get a big score. And the burly South African, a senior player in this side, took this game by the scruff of its neck. 109 not out, steering Hailsham to a memorable victory. But I must say it takes 2 to tango. And Little Common, even though they have suffered their first defeat of the season, were absolutely class. Punctuated by a fantastic innings from Malcolm Johnson. But in the end, it was to avail. A game played in good spirits. Hard cricket. That's the way both sides like to play. I'm in no doubt that both teams will be promoted this year. And Simon Dunning comes back into the pavilion to a hero's welcome. This man, a defining innings today. Also, Tom McDonald absolutely read the situation well, played his part. The two teams come off the field. Hailsham will go into their normal huddle, into the changing rooms. We were after a tight match. We got that. But actually, Hailsham do this with 5 overs to spare. We spoke an hour ago about innings to win matches being not 40s and 50s, being tons. And Hailsham do that today. Boom, boom, bosh. There will be a good few beers sunk tonight, and I hope with the Little Common side as well. that now completes today's footage. And one of the most memorable afternoons that we have seen. I'll just say again, Hailsham were 1 for 2 after the first over. And as I spoke to the Little Common players and staff, we all agreed if they chased 253, they've done well. Any team chasing 250 plus, it's a decent chase. Hailsham were 1 for 2 after a blistering start from VK. But this team seems to have a spine, a backbone. And actually, the pace they score at, McDonald, and then Simon Dunning, an absolutely fantastic innings. Wise is off. He's seen enough. Got down here for the important part. A decent game. We will see how that affects the league table. I'm in no doubt that these two sides will go up. I think we will see the scorers and all the officials from Little Common. Good luck to them for the rest of the season. Hailsham have 4 games to go. Failbridge, Bexhill, Eastbourne and Dome Mission. Bexhill chasing in third place. We'll see how they go. Okay, thanks to all viewers today. Thanks for your messages. This is Stato Harry, Chief in Charge, Big Willie P, and me, Benny Bowles, checking out for the evening. I'm going to have a celebratory cup of tea in a minute. Get in.